I'll do my speech again here in a second. You're good? Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. We'll reconvene Joint Ag Committee meeting. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the tour yesterday out there at the Interpretive Center. It was quite the tour, I thought. First up, we'll have Office of State Lands and Investment. Stacia Berry, if you could come up, please. Well, I asked about roll call and I said it wasn't necessary, but if you want to do roll call, fine. Roll call.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for June 11th, 2025 for the Joint Ag Committee. Senator Crago?
Here.
Senator Ide?
Here.
Senator McEwen?
Here.
Senator Pearson? Senator Pearson?
Excused, she'll be here.
Representative Banks?
Here.
Representative Davis?
Here.
Representative Eklund?
Here.
Representative Johnson?
Here.
Representative Ottman? Here. Representative Provenza?
Here.
Representative Schmidt?
Here.
Representative Strzok?
Here.
Co-Chairman Winter?
Here.
Chairman French?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thanks, Katie. So like I said, first up is Stacia Berry, the new director of State Lands and Investments. If any of you that don't know her, she's going to talk about the agency a little bit, and after she does, we'll ask questions of her. If anybody has a question number for Stacia, we'll ask. So if you're ready, take it away.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, committee. For those of you that I didn't get to meet this spring at the legislative session, my name is Stacia Berry. I am excited to be the new director of the Office of State Lands. To give you a little history on my mindset that I bring to the agency, I come from a ranching family. We homesteaded 20 miles northeast of Cheyenne. We have a registered horned Hereford operation. Although much to my parents' chagrin, I did end up as an attorney and not a rancher. I hope to help the ag industry in a different way. I also spent time in private practice, but then also at the Wyoming Department of Agriculture for 7 years before going back into private practice, and then now back in this role. So I'm excited to be 2 months into this job, learning as much as I can, and excited to work with this committee and members of the ag industry. I would also like to note that we've hired a new deputy at the Office of State Lands and Investments. She's no stranger to most of you. Her name is Kate Barlow, incredibly intelligent and hardworking. She's actually in the office today, making sure that we get everything ready for our mineral royalty grant meeting a week from now. So both of us are excited to be with the agency and welcome interaction and feedback. I think from the beginning, we've been talking to this committee about our hope being that we lead with the 3 C's, and that be customer service, communication, and common sense. And I understand that over time there have been frustrations with the agency, and so we hope to abide by those and provide those services to all of you. So know that that's sort of the vision that we're leading with and that we try and abide by. And as a reminder, we are really lucky to have a great mission for our agency, and that is our fiduciary duty to the trust beneficiaries, and knowing that the activities that our office takes on inure to the greatest benefit of the trust that is the state lands of the state of Wyoming, which includes roughly 3.9 million mineral acres and 3.5 million surface acres. And so that's a lot of land and a lot of interest to manage for the benefit of educational institutions around the state. So it's easy for me to get excited about the work that we do because we have a great reason to do it. For those of you that don't know, we have 4 divisions within the agency, and that includes trust land management, field services, administration, and forestry. And so I figured I would give you a little bit of an update on things that were happening in each of those areas. And if you have questions, feel free to interrupt and ask as we go. Trust land management has most of the things contained that are interesting to this committee, and that includes managing those parcels. And I thought that I would give you some statistics on grazing. In 2025, we have 465 grazing leases up for renewal, and this is the subset of 4,073 total grazing leases. So on those 3.5 million surface acres, we have 4,073 total grazing leases, and they're cyclically renewed each year. Remember, each of those leases being for 10 years, but we have 465 of them up for renewal. So far, we've only had one individual not renew their lease. And in 2025, we have had 6 conflicting leases that have ended up going back to the original lessee in all 6 of those situations. So those are the numbers on grazing this year in trust land management. In April, some of you on the committee participated in a trust land forum that was put on by the Ruckelshaus Institute, and our agency was able to partner on that. It was an opportunity for anybody interested in what's going on state lands to have a conversation, first of all, about the constitutional duty and the statutory trust created for those lands, and the job of our office to take actions with those parcels that inure to the greatest benefit of those trust beneficiaries, and then for us really to receive feedback from everybody at that gathering to tell us ideas that they have for state lands and questions that they have. I will note there was a significant amount of interest in recreation on state parcels and how that might look, and there are a few unique lease situations that we already have in place in different parts around the state where communities have pursued that, but we are seeing an increase in interest in recreation type leasing. You will see in your notebook a handout that talks about revenue generated on those parcels. I thought it would be helpful to at least see some of those numbers. So these are numbers that were provided to the Board of Land Commissioners and the State Loan and Investment Board this spring. And so you will see first the 5-year revenue summary. So 2021 through everything in 2025, you'll see as projected. So none of those are actual numbers. So I would pay most attention to 2021 through 2024. Those are the revenue summaries for those years. And I thought importantly was the second graph to show you what makes up all of those green bars on the chart. You will see that by and large, minerals are the driver of revenue generation on state parcels, both subsurface and surface. So that's that blue bar. And then in yellow, that includes everything from right-of-ways to grazing, any other surface leasing. So that's what the yellow bar entails. And then you'll see in the key, timber is pink, and miscellaneous, those small dollars are things that don't fit neatly into those other 3 categories. So that is the revenue summary and what makes up those green bars. You'll see on the back side, just for the committee's reference, then where all of those dollars go. They go into, depending on the way the parcel is coded, they go into different funds. But the basic premise is these dollars go for education, primarily K through 12 education. So you have those for your reference because I thought it would be helpful to have dollar numbers to put with those parcels. And if there's detailed questions that you may have, I might not have those numbers with me today, but if you have something specific, I can certainly provide those over time if you would like them. Next, we had a Board of Land Commissioners meeting last week, and at that meeting, the board approved some amendments to our Chapter 4 rules. And so they will be going out for comment, and the Chapter 4 rules are being put into place in response to legislation passed in the 2025 session, and that would be the fencing legislation. And so No one here is a stranger to that legislation, but as a reminder for everyone in the room, the premise of that legislation was that if you would like to fence out a state parcel as an adjoining landowner, you can do so, and the state or the state's lessee will be responsible for half of the cost of that fence. And so that is in place, and now the rules are coming out, and you will see, thanks to the help of some of our industry friends, there's a lot more detail in the rules about deadlines for timing and working together with the office and with the potential sublessee. But we have those out, so I encourage everyone. I have copies if anyone would like to see them. They're relatively short, but they will be out for comment after signature by the governor's office for release, but wanted to put that on everyone's radar to know that we were putting those rules in place so that if anyone did want to take advantage of the fencing legislation, we would have something in place. More rules. Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon me. What kind of rules? Do you have an idea?
Regular rules. Or would you like to know the contents of the rules?
Well, you said the board was talking about implementing more rules.
Yeah, so in the statute that was passed, it gave the office rulemaking authority, and we had to have approval from the Board of Land Commissioners. So they gave their approval for us to move forward with the regular rulemaking process for Chapter 4 rules, which is in grazing, but that will address fencing. So, and like I say, I have comments that I can provide, or copies that I can provide the committee if they'd like them, so they can see the text of those rules.
Yes, please.
Yep, we will do that. Yep. In that same vein, you're going to hear about 3 total sets of rules. So if there's lots of rules happening at the office. The second one is in response to an easement piece of legislation that was passed in the 2025 session. And that legislation said that any county or municipal roads that didn't have an approved easement on a state parcel prior to January 1, 2025 would be awarded a free easement. And so we are putting, much like with the Chapter 4 rules, these are Chapter 3 rules that allow us to work with counties and municipalities. There's a sunset date of 2030. So we have the next 5 years to work with counties and municipalities on any state parcel that has an unapproved easement for either a county or municipal road. We will work with those communities to get them on the books, get them recognized, and get them recorded. So anything prior to January 1, 2025 will be free of cost. Anything after January 1, 2025 will be back in the normal process. But I think the attempt was to make sure we had all of these recognized, cleaned up, and not at extra cost to counties or municipalities.
And if you'd please remind us of the cost, if you're not grandfathered in, the new cost per mile, I think, or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the answer to the cost per mile. I think it is dependent on the size. So one of the costs that go in would be the survey necessary. There is easement fees. So each county is also different because of the different rates in different counties. So I can try and provide you some estimations from our office, but I don't have any of those with me today. Any other questions on those 2 sets of rules? Okay. Next, I would just offer that our Field Services Division is the group that has folks all over the state, and there's like 5 of them, but they are our field inspectors that can go out, do inspections. They're the folks that when we have something happening on a parcel and we have a question about it, we can send those guys out there to answer any questions or do appraisals. That group also helps manage SLAMs, which is our state asset management. This portal has been new and improved, and just wanted to let the committee and the public know that all of the functionality is up and usable. So you can get on there, you can apply for permits, you can look at the status of your permits, you can pay for your permits. So know that there are online options to access all of the state features that you would like to. So you can just access those through our website, but that's our SLAMs program. So my understanding is, a whole 2 months in, that it has been a real lift to get the system up to date and user-friendly for the public. So please know that it's there, and we welcome everybody to use it. And if there are trouble with it, we'd like to hear about it. Next is our Administrative Services Division, and they also have a set of rules out for everybody to know about. And I promise this is our last set of rules that you have to know about. These rules are for the Emergency Bridge Loan Program. And the Emergency Bridge Loan Program was put into place, I think, in response to some of the fires last year and hoping to provide folks truly just a bridge loan to help them get by in a short amount of time. What this legislation did is it allowed the Office of State Lands to borrow up to $25 million on approval of the governor to issue loans for up to $750,000 with a term of 3 years. And so the way that this program will work is we are vetting and signing up financial institutions that will do the initial screening of all the borrowers. And once a potential borrower has been approved by one of the financial institutions participating in this program, they will send those loan documents to our office, and we have 5 days to issue that bridge loan. And so the attempt is to speed up the process by partnering with private industry and then making sure that our office is able to respond within 5 days. And so this should be a new and fast-paced program for our office to implement. It is effective July 1st. So you will see that these Chapter 43 rules are emergency rules. The other 2 sets of rules that I talked about are not emergency rules, but these are because it will begin in January 2025. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you. We have a question from Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi. What is the interest rate on those loans?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, it will be roughly 4.63%. The way that that is calculated in the statute is the interest rate is 0% plus the average pooled rate of from the year before. So this year it will be 4.63 based on last year's rates. Yeah.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Berry, thanks for being here. Have the application process started yet? I know it doesn't go into effect, like you said, until July 1st, I guess what it is. Are you already starting to see application, or is there going to be interest in this? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, the applications are not out yet. We just got the emergency rules approved last week. So applications will be available on July 1st as the program begins. We have been getting some calls primarily from banking institutions that are interested in participating in the program. But it will be interesting. Hopefully, the hope is that it doesn't have to be used because we don't have huge fires or major natural disasters. I guess I should mention, to be eligible for this program, the event has to be a natural disaster as declared by the governor's office. And so fires and things of that nature would certainly be eligible. So it will be interesting to see the number that we get, but we are getting some calls with interest.
Continue on,
Sure.
please.
The other piece that I wanted to mention from our administration division is just a reminder that the farm loan and beginning agriculture producer loans are available. In that fund for borrowing, there is still $33 million available for borrowing. And the interest rate for those loans right now is 6.54%. So just know that there are funds available for that program if folks want to take advantage of those. And then finally, as a reminder, Forestry does also live within the Office of State Lands and Investments. And yesterday we had a great groundbreaking for the Helitech facility there in Casper. So we're really excited about the opportunity to have available resources. The forestry folks are also doing, I said I wouldn't do more rules. The forestry folks are doing rules, so I suppose that's us too. So one other set of rules is they are pursuing emergency rules for the purpose of pre-positioning and making sure forestry has not updated their rules for over 20 years. And so this is a big shift for them, but what they are working on are rules to allow pre-positioning so that they can move crews easier into places to protect communities when they see that the threat is arising. So those emergency rules will come out relatively shortly as well. They are anticipating, I think, probably another robust fire season. Right now, everyone's excited because it's green. And I heard Forester Norris say, and I hadn't thought about it because from an ag mindset, I'm always really excited when grass grows. But when you're a forester and you're in fire, grass means more material to burn. And so from different sides of the table, she and I are excited about this spring, but as things continue to dry, yesterday in some of their reports, they said that they anticipated August potentially being another really active month for fires. You will also see that I've shared with the committee a report from State Forestry on some of their timber sales. That's just for your reference to know that, as you may have heard federally, there's a lot more interest in continuing to pursue timber sales and forest management. And so our State Forestry Division is working to collaborate with their federal partners, both on the forest management side and on the fire management side. I would also note that the topic of forestry and fire has been taken up by the Joint Appropriations Committee, so I know that they're devoting a full day to reviewing that as well. I just wanted this committee to have sort of the high points of what's happening with forestry and be able to remind you that we all exist together in OSLI and are able to work together. But that is primarily what's been happening in our agency. I welcome any questions that you might have or comments.
Well, thank you for that. I think, well, I know the ag community wants to have a good relationship with your office. So if there's anything, because a lot of the ag is related to state lands and stuff. So it sounds like you're willing, since you're from an ag background, you're willing to work with the ag community. And so I appreciate that. And that's kind of what we would like to see. Representative question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Berry, would you just briefly go over the easements, Chapter 3 rules again? Just, I didn't quite catch all that.
Yep, I would be happy to. Let me give you a little bit more detail about that. So for the Chapter 3 rules, during the 2025 session, it would have been House Enrolled Act number 59, County and Municipal Roads on State Land Easements. That act grants perpetual easements for right-of-way over and across state land for county roads and municipal roads that were established before January 1, 2025. So that's the cutoff date for where we're working from. I will tell you, we did an analysis that we provided to the Board of Land Commissioners, and with the rough analysis, just putting it straight into our GIS system. So I think that this number will come down, but our first draw on the data showed that that would be about 700 roads. And so that's going to take, there is a 5-year time period to work on that, but we have quite a few roads that exist, at least on a map, that have not been approved as a county or a municipal road.
Follow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up, I have been told in my county by the assessors that because funds are a little bit limited, or they were projected to be limited, I should say, that the GIS system may be something that they eliminate. Would that affect that? I mean, does the state Board of Lands have your own GIS, or are the county GIS systems really dependent upon? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, to follow up on your question, are they talking about potentially not having, most counties have a parcel viewer that when you go to the assessor portion of their website, then you can look at and click on parcels and tell who owns them. Is that what your county is anticipating maybe not offering anymore because of budget restraints?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I believe so, but I wasn't real clear on that. So that's kind of why I was wondering, because that really was a system that has been utilized, but they were looking at that, so I wasn't sure.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so not sure how each county funds those parcel viewers that they use. There's mapping tools on the state website that are accessible to folks. One thing that I guess I will note that is nice in the way of budget constraints is since everything that existed prior to January 1, 2025 will be free in our process of getting those recorded. I don't think they're connected to that parcel viewer and what that might mean as far as tools for folks in your county to be able to look at parcels, find out ownership, find out, a lot of times it's connected to tax information as well. And so that's not connected to our system, but at least as far as cost for roads prior to January 2025, they won't be assessed from our office.
Yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Berry, thank you for being here. As the new director of the office, I'm kind of curious, just for my own information. It appears you've got a really good handle on things already, but I'm kind of curious on your thoughts of what you see as maybe your biggest challenges.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think it's very generous of you to say that I have a handle on it. I think the thing that I have learned most in the 2 months that I've been there is how much I don't know. The variety of what this office handles, from leasing surface parcels to distributing money through mineral royalty grants to a county or a fire district for a fire truck, and everything in between, shows me that there's such a diversity in what's happening, is that we've really got to drill down into the fundamentals of making sure that all of us are doing our job correctly. Some of the feedback and frustration that I've gotten from different folks are things about common sense approach to working with folks and timeliness of what we're doing. I think over the last couple of years, it's my understanding that the agency received a couple more personnel specifically for grazing, so that then we had the ability to be more responsive and process things in a more timely way. And my hope really is to be in this position in a way to evaluate what's happening in the agency and hone the foundational skills of what everyone is doing to provide the best customer service they can, so that the loans come out timely, so that when people call with questions, they can get the answers that they need, or when they come to us with new ideas, we can try and accommodate those. Because one of the most exciting things about this office is that mission, and being able to find new ways to utilize state parcels so that we can generate revenue for those trust beneficiaries is a really exciting part of this job. And so I think one of the challenges really is finding a way to balance the interests, because everybody's got good ideas and sometimes they're not compatible. I recognize that minerals are certainly the driver of the revenue that is produced. And so I want to respect and honor these legacy industries that have been here for a really long time, generating revenue for the trust beneficiaries. But also, if it's, the interest of the folks around the state to pursue other options to generate revenue on those parcels. But like I say, that doesn't come without conflict. So I see that as a true challenge that we will work with. But my hope internally is to have a staff that has the resources they need to make sure that when anybody calls, they can answer their question, and they do it in a way that makes people feel like they're getting the response that they need in a helpful way. Mm-hmm.
Representative Eklund.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so in the last few years anyway, we've had staff shortages with the office. Are you getting those positions filled and finding qualified people, and what kind of roadblocks or what kind of things can the legislature help with to kind of alleviate some of that? I think it's a lot of agencies within the state, but the one I'm most aware of was state lands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. The specific to the grazing situation, there are 2 more staff in that division now. Prior to that time, there was 1 person handling, in a lot of ways, almost everything that happened with surface leasing, which was grazing, special use leases, and temporary use permits. We now, because of adding 2 more people, have 3 folks dedicated to grazing. And that, I think, has really lifted a lot of the backlog. And so in some of our revenue numbers, which you have overall numbers, but you will see if you get a detailed report, because we've finally got people in those positions able to actually process what was a huge backlog. I think we're getting closer to caught up on processing those in a timely way. I'm not prepared to, I don't think it's fair this early in the game to say whether staffing is appropriate, just because I'm new enough here that I'm trying to make sure I understand everyone's capacity and what they're doing. But knowing that recently there has been more staff put in the agency, I think that certainly is a pressure release that is, I think, really welcomed by the staff there. And so hopefully that will continue to show positive results in the way the work's done.
Seeing no questions at the moment, further questions at the moment, would you kind of address, I know there's some talk about on state leases, you can lease it for housing development, recreation opportunities. How do you determine, all right, this is the best use of that land, lease it to whoever for recreation or housing or grazing or whatever?
Sure. Great question, Mr. Chairman. It's hard to define, in that the true instructions are that the activities with state parcels are to inure to the greatest benefit of the trust. And that means that the Board of Land Commissioners has sort of a twofold job to look at all state trust parcels in a total asset management perspective and find ways to protect the value of the asset long-term and generate revenue. And so when the Board of Land Commissioners decides what to do with a parcel, there are different factors that they consider, and those include revenue generation as well as manageability. So in manageability, the idea being if something were to be done with the parcel, so I will say this conversation includes disposal or exchange, because if we're talking about let's trade property so that we can block it up into a more manageable block, that's sort of tier 2 of what the board can consider, where they're saying, all right, what if we make this, if we sell this parcel, if we exchange this parcel, does it make more sense so that then we're no longer in a checkerboarded type situation, or that type of consideration? So revenue, manageability, and then special community need, if it fits a special community purpose. So those are some of the factors that they take into consideration, knowing that revenue is an easy measure of meeting your responsibility to the trust beneficiaries, because the easiest way for the trust beneficiaries to realize that work is through funds that go into K through 12 education that they can use. When looking at what happens on any given parcel, whether it be grazing or a temporary use permit, you mentioned housing. I will say back in the 60s, the state allowed different people to build structures on state parcels, and we have really moved away from that, for the reason being that it really ties up the land. We actually just completed an exchange at the last Board of Land Commissioners meeting for a family that had half of their home place on a state section that they were allowed to put there in the 60s. But we found that obviously the state isn't reaping the maximum benefit from that parcel because the family's home is on there. And so we can't graze it, we can't do anything with it. And so it made most sense to exchange the 40 acres that their home place was on for 40 acres that had no encumbrances. And so we've really moved away from letting people do any permanent type structures. You may have heard about some of the temporary use permits, where those are only 5-year permits. And so we do have an entity that has put up a temporary hotel glamping type operation on a parcel, but it's temporary in nature and can be removed. And so each of those have different considerations, all with revenue generation in mind, I think, for how we can best serve those trust beneficiaries. Does that answer your question?
I'll open it up to public comment just on maybe questions of how the agency functions, because here in a few minutes, we'll talk about subleasing and Stacia will discuss that with us, and then we'll have questions there. Any questions from the public? On to Mr. McGagnon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with Wyoming Stockbrokers Association. And
Oh, they're wanting you to stop, Jim. Yeah, they wanted to be there.
oh, there it is. Sorry about that. Jim McGagnon with Wyoming Stockbrokers Association. As someone who's worked a lot with state land since I was in the director's position over nearly 30 years ago now, I've seen how this has progressed. The demands for various uses of the lands have increased, and it's become challenging. I've spent considerable amount of my time dealing with problems that grazing and agricultural lessees have had with state trust lands. And I just want to take this opportunity to say that what is so key to all of this is good open communication with the state land office. And the change I've seen, the opening of that communication in the short 60-day time span has been outstanding. And I want to commend the director and the staff in the office for reaching out and working with people. Doesn't necessarily mean agreeing, but it means communicating. And we had the director and the new deputy director attend our convention 10 days ago, and I received numerous comments from members of ours that said, you know, this is the first time in a long time we felt that we had someone from the state land office who was here to listen. And I just want to say that I believe we're on a track. It's going to take some time to sort out some of these issues, but we're extremely pleased with where we are at this point in time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Stacia on this? Thank you, Jim. Yeah, just to, like I said a little before, and he expanded on it. We want that open communication. We want to work well with you, and because it's very important for those out there that are in the ag community that are leasing state land. So, any other public comments? Well, we're running ahead of schedule here. Any other comments, board? Okay, we'll take a short break. We'll see what time is it. We would go on, but in case some people are coming for the 9:30 discussion, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then you'll be back up. All right. start regathering up, please?
Yeah.
For John and a couple of them get back seated.
Oh, 20 minutes goes faster when you're visiting than when we're.
Yeah.
waiting.
Well, as we gather, we'll start here in a minute or two. The next topic will be subleasing of state trust lands for grazing. So anyway, that's Director, if you could kind of go through the regulations on this topic, and then we'll start the discussion on it, if you would, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to. So the subleasing statute is 365105, and letter D is where you'll find the information regarding subleasing. And through letter D, we'll just walk through it line by line if that's okay with the committee, so everyone's on the same page. If the lessee of state land shall assign, sublease, or contract all or part of the lease area, the lease shall be subject to cancellation unless the director approves of the assignment, sublease, or contract subject to criteria established by the Board of Land Commissioners, provided 1, that approval should not be arbitrarily or unreasonably withheld. 2, all action upon each application shall inure to the greatest benefit of the state land trust beneficiaries. Number 3, in no event shall state lands be subleased unless 1/2 of the excess rental is paid to the state. Now, Romanet 4 takes us a different direction into what is not a sublease. So it says a lessee of state lands whose lease authorizes grazing on state lands shall not be required to attain the approval of the director to allow livestock the lessee does not own to graze on state lands, provided A, that the ratio of owned to non-owned livestock grazed by the lessee does not exceed a 1-to-1 ratio for more than 2 years in any 10-year period. The lessee provides documentation on the lessee's grazing of non-owned livestock to the Office of State Lands and Investments. And C, the lessee retains full management responsibility of the livestock that grazes on state lands. So below that, the statute says use of state lands as provided by paragraph 4 of this subsection shall not be considered a sublease. And then for the purposes of paragraph 4, full management responsibility includes all duties, obligations, and liabilities as if the livestock were owned by the lessee. You will also see very similar to that, aside from some timeframes in the rules of the Office of the State Lands and Investments, Chapter 4, Section 10 goes through the same language as the statute, except it does have a 60-day requirement for reporting to the state office if you have that non-owned livestock on the state parcel. With that, if it would be helpful, I did ask my staff to provide some numbers on how many people are complying with the non-sublease portion reporting, as well as how many subleases we've seen in the last couple of years and the revenue generated by those, if that would be helpful. Okay, so first, as far as revenue, and I think a lot of a lot of what we're seeing in our office is in response to this update, which was put in place in 2023. So these numbers are from 2023 on. In 2023, there were 69 subleases approved for a total of $41,000. I'm rounding, roughly $41,000 in revenue. In 2024, there were 263 subleases approved for a total of $243,000. And in 2025, so far, only halfway through the year, we have 259 subleases approved for a total of $217,000 in revenue. And so I think the real uptick that we've seen in our office is the attention that this portion of the statute and our rules got was many people may not have known or realized that they needed to comply so that their lease would not have been in jeopardy for cancellation when they were subleasing without working with the office. So those are the numbers that we have as far as revenue generation. And then as far as subleasing in that provision 4 that we talked about when it's not a sublease, so far we have 4 people that have contacted the office to comply with that provision, saying it's not a sublease because we have a 1-to-1 ratio for less than the 2-year period. So only 4 folks on that one. So that's the revenue generation piece and the numbers we're seeing on subleasing, as well as what the statute says on how they're supposed to be considered and managed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Committee, any questions? None at this time. Do you have any other information along this line?
The only
Forest?
other piece of information, and I'm sure that the industry groups will air some of their concerns, is one concern that has been brought to my attention is a frustration where you have 2 legally distinct entities that may both be part of a family, and some of the frustration with our office. It's like I say, I'm learning as I come into this, but I think in the past there has been conflict where you have one company, a ranch company that maybe holds the lease, and their cattle company has cattle on the land. And so since they're 2 distinct entities, I think there's been some frustration in how that was interpreted in the past. And I think the baseline that I want to emphasize is our job is that if someone's making money off of state trust lands, the beneficiaries also need to make money. As per the statute, it talks about half of that excess rental. And so, but when you have a family leasing with a family, that's not the type of fraud that we're trying to prevent. So that's not the moneymaker, that's not the squeeze. And so if there is a way to work with industry to find if that's a rule fix or a statutory fix to make sure that families that have family businesses are not being punished in any way, I think that's certainly something that we can work on that's come to my attention. So happy to hear what everyone has to share.
Well, I appreciate that. Any questions, committee? All right, Senator,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. So that 1-to-1 ratio, is that the break point? So how do you manage the ratios on those if somebody's 80% or 20%? Is 80% you don't have to get a sublease agreement? Is that how that rule works? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Senator, strictly letter of the law, it's just the 1-to-1 ratio for more than 2 years. And so if you're just going to follow it strictly to the letter, to the law, it really is that 1-to-1 ratio for less than 2 years during your 10-year grazing period. The hard part about all of this is reporting. Like I say, we only have 4 people that have reported that they're doing this. So how it practically plays out, I think, is really largely a question on how folks are utilizing this and making sure that they stay in compliance. For others, they just may find it easier to say, no, we are subleasing, and we're going to go through the process. We're going to fill out the paperwork. We're going to do the excess rental. But I know there are other unique situations where, folks in the industry might have different ideas on what would be more workable to try and find that balance between making it so that people can reasonably use the parcels and still generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries.
Any other questions or comments at this moment? Stick around. We'll now take public comment on this subject. Yeah, no, you're good there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jim McGagan with the Wyoming Stockbrokers Association. If you'll bear with me just for a little bit more history on this matter, as the law existed before 2023, there were two frustrations that industry felt, and as the directors pointed out, a lack of knowledge. So I often said I could probably go around the state and find 500 violators of that law simply because it wasn't well understood, it wasn't well presented. But the one problem was that technically, if you put one animal out there, one cow or sheep with your herd that you didn't own, you were deemed to be subleasing, and you had to report that and pay on it if you were truly living up to the law. The other problem was that when it said that 50% of the gain on those non-owned livestock had to be paid to the state, how do you determine that? I mean, if I get paid $25 an animal unit to run someone's cattle, I'm putting out the salt, I'm doctoring the sick animals, I'm maintaining the fencing, I'm doing all these other things. How much of that is attributable strictly to the grazing on the state land? And the state parcel is probably intermingled with private lands and in some cases federal lands. So it was a nightmare the way it existed. And I had many of our members expressing their frustration to me with how to calculate that. The legislation that we proposed to this committee in 2023 would have provided that simply as long as you're managing the livestock on the state lands, you're the lessee, it's not deemed to be a sublease. And the theory there was that what the interest of the state, apart from revenue, is that those lands be properly managed and in a sustainable manner. And the lessee has that obligation under the terms of their lease. So as long as they're doing the management and meeting that standard, our view was, what's the difference? What brand is on the cow that eats the grass, so to speak, to simplify it? The proposed legislation that we brought simply provided that as long as you're doing the management, the ownership of the livestock is not an issue. That passed by a significant margin in the House of Representatives. When it got over to the Senate, it was significantly amended for some concerns that were expressed to the Senate members to provide this formula that you could run 100% non-owned livestock 2 years out of 10 and 50% the other 8 years and be in compliance. And that's the new provision the director referenced that's been added in. That was not our intent. And that, we believe, has just added confusion to this because, which year is this and what do I do with that, et cetera. So I believe you have in front of you a document that we prepared and a proposal that was adopted by our membership just 2 weeks ago at our annual summer convention, explains some of that history and attempts to address the issues. And what this has not been drafted as legislation at this point. I just wanted to draft it as a concept paper for your consideration and discussion, but I think it could easily be modified into the legislation. I believe does everyone have that? It's just a one-page, says subleasing of state trust lands for grazing legislative proposal. And what we're looking at is maintaining the historic version of subleasing, which says if you sublease, if you're not managing the livestock, you have to get prior approval from the director and you have to share 50% of the gain. And yes, there's some complications in calculating that, but under those circumstances, we think there's an obligation to do that. The second tier that we're proposing for your consideration is that if you were grazing non-owned livestock, but you, the lessee, are managing those livestock, that it does not require approval from the state land office, but it does require notice to the state land office. And while not in this document, we've had discussion, I think, in recognition of the fact that you're not grazing your own livestock, and maybe to encourage more grazing of people's own livestock, we would be comfortable with some consideration of a surcharge fee there, maybe a 20% additional surcharge on the amount of a state lease or something, to provide some additional compensation to the beneficiaries for grazing non-owned livestock. And then the third proposal we have addresses the issue that was mentioned briefly by the director. And if I could use a specific example that I dealt with this past year, a significant ranch in Wyoming that has two corporations. One corporation owns 100% of the lands and leases the state lands. The other corporation owns 100% of the livestock that graze on those lands. But in the ownership of those two corporations, there's a slight difference. They're both family corporations, but there's one family member that owns an interest, and they're well spread out, an interest in the land, but does not own an interest in the livestock. And they are less than 5% of the corporate ownership. The decision of the state lands office last spring was that because of that 5% differential, the livestock are not owned by the entity that leases the lands, and they would be required to either get permission to graze those livestock 2 years out of 10, or the way the law stands now, they would be required to do a sublease. And that just made no sense. So the third criteria or category we provided here, that if they're two distinct entities, but the common ownership is not less than 80% is the number we've suggested here, that does not constitute a sublease and does not require notice or approval. Just recognizing that in today's world, we use a lot of different corporate structures. And a lot of this has become a problem because changes in our own industry. Historically, traditionally, most of the ranching operations in Wyoming were cow-calf or sheep operations with their own livestock. As times have changed, we've seen more people going to summer pasturing of cattle, for example. Get out of having to feed hay every cold morning in the wintertime, and you bring in cattle for the summer. You may own those cattle. You may bring them in under a lease from someone, but you're grazing those lands in an appropriate manner, utilizing cattle that you may not all own. And so that's created a lot of this. That's happened over time. And I think without a recognition that, gee, I can't do that without going through these complex processes with the Office of State Lands. So we're trying to suggest some ways to move forward that would respect and honor the commitment to the beneficiaries, but at the same time recognize the changes that are taking place in our industry and make it not utterly inconvenient for people to comply with the law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Committee, any questions? Senator Ide?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. McGagna. Why would it be necessary for that surcharge that you referenced of, say, 20%? I'm not quite with you on that one. Could you explain the reasoning behind that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ide, we would prefer not to have that. In visiting with some of the people who had concerns with the legislation in 2023 and who modified it in the Senate, one of the concerns that I've heard in some of those conversations is that what they don't want to see happen is that we encourage outside people to come in and bid on these state parcels to acquire them, people who aren't in the business, and then they in effect bring in other people's cattle, and you're taking the leasing of those parcels away from the long-term traditional ranchers. Personally, I don't see that as, I'm not saying it can't happen as a major significant factor, but if some little surcharge to encourage grazing your own livestock were deemed appropriate, I'm saying we'd be willing to consider that, but I don't think it's critical to this process moving forward.
Committee, other questions? It's this Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
I just wanted to comment on the surcharge. So with the BLM, we bring leases in. Like you can sell a part of your corporation and not have to pay that surcharge. But if you don't want to relinquish part of your company to somebody to sublease, you do have to pay a surcharge fee. Like we bring them in, I think that our grazing fee for BLM is $1 and some per AUM. And then the surcharge fee for the leases to come in is like $8 and some cents. I don't know what the exact amount is. We choose to pay the surcharge only because speaking with the BLM, especially in our area, they use a lot of those surcharge fees to improve the land, whether they put in water improvements, you know, and so we're willing to do that. Obviously, that cost or half of that cost gets passed on to the people that we lease to. We pay half, they pay half, you know, but it's just a management decision. And so I can understand the confusion with what's going on now with state lands and how maybe a surcharge fee would be better or easier to, you know, easier to manage, but I don't necessarily agree with it either. But I'm just giving you some history as far as what the BLM does so that you can kind of know what's going on with that.
And Mr. Chairman,
Just a second. Any other questions from the committee at this time? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and just in follow up to that with the BLM one, just for your understanding, and I think this would be a somewhat different scenario, but it's very common that there's a way to get around, if you choose to do so, those BLM surcharges. And that is, and I know many instances of it, create a limited liability corporation, and anyone who's going to graze livestock on your BLM permit, you make them a member of the corporation, and then you don't pay the surcharge. And the BLM surcharge is, as Senator Fellow Pearson has pointed out, is a significant cost. So that's a decision that people make. And so if we did include a surcharge, I would urge that it be kept relatively small, just as a recognition that you're grazing other livestock, and not as a something that drives people to look for other ways around it, because in the legal process, there's usually a way to appropriately and legally get around some of these things. And I think we don't want to foster that.
Yeah, Representative Eklund.
So I think this would be to both of you. If you did create this LLC to utilize the state land grass, would you have to pay both? Would you have to, or would you have to, I guess, notify the state lands of both, that you're a limited liability corporation grazing, as well as a surcharge? Because I think in this, there possibly would be more than the state lease money involved. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, from my perspective, what I would see you would do there is to make, if you were trying to make that work, you would do an assignment of your state leases to the LLC. So the LLC then holds the state leases, and that would enable those who are part of the LLC to utilize those technically. Now, that's the way it works with BLM. I'm not going to go so far as to say that that wouldn't necessarily work with state leases. I think there would be other issues to be considered, but that would be the approach. That's the way it would be done.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I also respond?
Yeah, I was gonna check if there's questions, then ask you to comment on that, please.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think the thing that's important to remember is some of the frustration that has been seen with how it's been done in the past was recognizing that if they really are two distinct legal entities and one isn't the same as the other, that's what puts all of these provisions into play, so that then you're either calculating whether or not you have owned or non-owned livestock. So I think it's situation dependent, and I think Mr. McGagna makes a very good point that if possible, you can assign it, so that then there isn't, trying to work around it. And I think my aim in this conversation would be not, as Mr. McGagna alluded to, not creating situations where everybody has to find a loophole to beat it, to find a way so that we can just use it, but at the same time, still remembering our mission to generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries and whatever that balance might look like. But the simpler and more straightforward, so folks aren't having to come up with creative ways to get around it, and just being able to use the process, I think would be most helpful.
Kind of on a different note.
Go ahead, follow up.
Chairman, and maybe to both of you, because I think Mr. McGagna's familiar with the cure process of a former bill that we got passed through. Does that process help you to use common sense decisions in determining violations that would happen on state lands? And have you been around it enough to understand it, Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I haven't been involved in one of the cure processes yet during my tenure at the office. My understanding is that it does help. The other thing that I will mention is that in that vein, in December of 2024, the Board of Land Commissioners approved a policy that allows the director to approve subleases and assignments in real time. And my understanding, and Mr. McGagna can probably speak to it better than I can, is some of the timing has been a heartbreak for people in the cure period because the board didn't meet frequently enough for them to meet deadlines. And I think this also, as far as cure period goes, helps, because then cure can happen faster. And the way those lists work is then they're submitted to the board. And if for any reason the board doesn't want to approve them or thinks that they were not approved correctly, they can pull all of those. But I think the cure process is improving because the director is able to in real time approve subleases and assignments.
Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Chairman, just a little more, and I know Representative Eklund, you're very familiar with this because you helped make it happen. But what happened before was that the way the law was read literally is if you had ever been in violation of your state lease throughout the term of the lease in any manner, technically you forfeited your preference right to renew that lease. The change that made, a very simple change that the legislature made, a couple of words, was saying if you're currently in violation of your lease, you forfeit those rights. But you might have had a minor violation before, and if you've corrected that violation, then that was not counted against you and cost you your preference right to renew the lease. That's where that provision was particularly important, and I think it's worked very well for that purpose.
Committee, any other questions? Thank you, Jim. We'll open it up to further public comment. I see Mr. Moline approaching the bench.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. I'd like to see this concept go forward. I don't know, the way of saying it, one thing I want to say, it's always a good idea to let your landlord know what's going on with the property that they own. I mean, that's regardless if it's governmental or private. It's always a good idea to keep your landlord in the loop. And anytime you make these rules, we need to be very explicit with it so that we don't have the confusion. To use some examples, some of my members, the ranch, the corporation owns the land. Well, to have the preference right, you need to own adjacent land. And sometimes the corporation owns the cattle, the livestock, but also sometimes a member of the corporation, instead of getting a wage, is running livestock. Well, is that a sublease? Under the old rules, yes, it was. So you had to make sure that, whose cattle you put where, but under the current rules, that probably wouldn't be a sublease. But I would like to see this concept go forward because there's so many different ways that operations are ran. And it's nothing nefarious. There's not, they're not trying to scam the system. It's just the way the operations ran. And, the allowance for doing things different for a year or two, well, sometimes you have a lot of grass and your neighbor doesn't. So to help them out, you run their cattle for the summer or for a season. Well, is that a sublease? Under the old rules, it probably was. And so you had to calculate everything out. Under the current rules, probably isn't because it's not something that you're doing all the time. So I guess in short, I'd like to see more development of this concept that Mr. Magagna presented, and I'd love to be involved with it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd sit for any questions you or the committee or the good director may have for me.
Committee, any questions of Mr. Moline? Seeing none, Director, do you have any comment? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moline. Other public comment? Now's your chance to speak up. Seeing none. All right. Committee, what are your thoughts on this? Because we would have to amend some legislation, correct, to get this in? Or not? Okay, do we want LSO to come up with something that they can send out to us? I don't know if we're ready today to make a final decision on it. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would make a motion that we ask the LSO to draft some legislation and get some input from maybe Jim Magagna and Mr. Moline, and ourselves, to make this easier on ranchers and farmers as far as their grazing and make it more concise. Because I can't imagine what a nightmare it is to try to figure this out. But I would ask that we maybe ask LSO to draft some legislation with the help of our Stock Growers Association and our Farm Bureau. And that would be my motion. Thank you.
A motion made by Senator Pearson, seconded by Senator Ide. Committee discussion on this. Do you want to go forward with this or not? Any discussion? Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not totally schooled on this, but the comments that Mr. Magagna made on the previous legislation where it came out of the House in pretty good shape and then sort of got messed up in the Senate in short order, apparently. I don't know if we can look back on what that looked like before to keep it as simple as possible and where we were before. That would be my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ide. Yes, I would think any draft from LSO would need to be short and sweet. Any other discussion by the committee? Seeing none, those in favor of asking LSO to draft something for us, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, LSO. All right, thumbs up. Any other public comment? Last chance. Okay. Seeing none. Thank you, Director. Thank you very much. Well, we're half hour early. on the big question coming up, the biggie for the day and final discussion. Landowner hunting licenses. I think we'll take a break because I know there's people that are not here yet that want to comment on this. So I'm sure we'll get a lot of comments. So I would be remiss. Boy, that's a big word for me. If we start, yeah, right. If we start before these people have a chance to show up. So let's take a break for 15 minutes and then we'll get back together. All right. Thank you. Well, everybody ready? Ready, set, go. First off, it's landowner hunting licenses. It's broader than that. I want to discuss commissioner tags, governor tags, landowner tags, whole lot of tags out there. And it needs to be thoroughly discussed. I think first off, we'll have LSO Clayton Caldwell come up and kind of run us through some of the little bit of history. Then after that, we'll call on the director, Game and Fish, Angie. She'll come up and talk with us, and then we'll get into the meat of it. All right. Thank you, Clayton. Take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Clayton Caldwell, research analyst with LSO. I have prepared for the committee a short memo that briefly describes commissioner complementary tags, governor complementary tags, and landowner tags. And it briefly explains what those are, and it also summarizes how many of those tags have been issued by Wyoming Game and Fish within the past 5 or 6 years. So appointed members of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission may each issue up to 8 commissioner complementary tags per year to nonprofit charitable organizations. And then those nonprofit charitable organizations are required to either raffle or auction those complementary tags to the highest bidder. And in 2019, 382 commissioner complementary tags have been issued. And more information on that is summarized on page 2, and the full data on that topic is in Appendix A of the memo. Then you have governor complementary tags. And governor complementary tags are those which are requested by the governor and then issued by the Game and Fish Commission. And 25 governor complementary hunting tags and 25 complementary fishing tags may be issued per year. And since 2020, 25 governor complementary hunting tags have been issued per year, meeting that yearly limit. And that information is summarized in more detail on page 3. And then the complete data on that topic is in Appendix B. Then, of course, you have landowner tags, and these are tags which are issued to landowners so that they do not have to participate in competitive draw requirements, effectively allowing landowners to receive tags in places where quotas might be particularly limited. And Wyoming began issuing those landowner tags back in 1949, and since 2020, 17,883 landowner licenses have been issued, and that information is summarized at the bottom of page 4 of the memo. That's a brief summary of the contents of the memo. I can stand for any questions.
Excuse me here. Committee, do you have any questions for LSO, for Clayton, on kind of the background here? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clayton, so where did you say in here was the, did you say that there was a listing of landowner tags based on each landowner? Is there a listing of that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, the information on landowner tags, that is on bottom of page 3 and then page 4 of the memo. So that briefly describes the requirements for landowner licenses, how they are issued, and then the number of landowner licenses issued per year is on page 4.
Further questions of LSO? Clayton, thank you very much. Next up, we'll have the director of Game and Fish come up and make some I was going to say brief comments, but I always get in trouble when I say that. Welcome to the job, by the way.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members. Good to be here today. Angie Bruce, the Game and Fish Director as of last September. Thank you to the senators who confirmed me as well, I think in February. So not quite a year yet, but definitely getting my feet wet on this topic. So here with me today is our Chief of Wildlife, Dan Smith. And Deputy Chief of Wildlife, Craig Smith. So you're pretty clear just calling them Smith, either one, easy to remember. We also have the President of our Game and Fish Commission here, Ashley Lundvall. And Powell, Wyoming is home for her. So glad to have her with us today as well. Yeah, I wanted to go over where the commission is at on this topic and kind of frame it up for you guys, how we got here and why, and what the commission is proposing. Chief Smith is going to go over some nuances of what they're proposing. But before he does that, I want to back up a minute and talk about what led us to this conversation. So back in 2021, Governor Gordon assigned a wildlife task force, 18 members on that task force representing various stakeholders across the state, including 4 legislators. The purpose of that task force was really to look at issues like this one, not necessarily ones that talk about the biology and how to manage the species, but really when it comes to social economics, license allocation, who license go to, who should get the license, should it go to residents or non-residents, all those tough issues that really are for the people of Wyoming to decide, less biological in nature. And one of those topics they took up and talked about extensively through the 18 months that they were together was landowner license, and particularly how many license should landowners get, who they should go to, what qualifies a landowner. So they spent a lot of time on it, and they recommended that the Game and Fish Commission take up the topic as well. So after 18 months of working on it, they provided recommendations to the commission. The commission then has spent the last 3 years working on this. They even had a landowner license workshop. They talked about it at several commission meetings. And then back in November, they asked the department to put a proposal out on looking at what qualifies a landowner to get a landowner license. I want to back up a minute and just talk about this too. As LSO talked about, these have been in place since 1949, a long time. And the department is very much aware, as well as our commission, of the value of these landowners' license and why they're in place, recognizing the importance of landowners and private lands as they contribute to wildlife, especially providing forage to big game. And so they really understand that and value that. But they started talking about what this means into the future and who gets licensed into the future. A couple things are happening on the landscape in Wyoming. First of all, we all know that the landowner ownership patterns are changing, and they probably will continue to change over time. We also have a great concern about our mule deer population in particular. We also saw great declines in our antelope population after the bad winter of 22 and 23. And so when we have population declines, there's less license to give out. And just looking into the future of what those licenses look like, there's anticipation that this will continue to be a problem and maybe a growing problem. There is some areas of the state over the last 5 years where a hunt area for a particular species, all of the license have gone to landowners without the common sports person having the opportunity to draw. And so the commission is very aware of this issue and looking at ways to work through it and address it. Again, it's nothing new. I've been looked at. I found out the other day through conversation with staff that we even had internal committees working on this back in 1989. But it is a tough issue and one that's not easily solved. So in November, the commission asked us to put out some proposed regulations with the idea of getting input. I will say that we've gotten lots of input, mostly from concerned landowners. We thank you for this opportunity to also talk about it today. We talked about it at joint TRW last week as well. And then there will be the main focus of the commission meeting on July 15th in Casper to talk about it and to see if the commission has any proposed actions. So again, yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Will the commission in July take into considerations on the comments of today?
Mr. Chairman, excellent question. So we put together a packet for them. They've gotten it through the last 60 days is all the public comments. So all the formal comments they get, and then we will review those with them and provide them a summary. As well as in my director's report, I have full intention of disclosing what happened last week at TRW and any conversation today as well. Also with our president of our commission here today, she is here for that purpose, to hear what the concerns are from this committee and the public that come. And I will tell you that my commissioners are either watching today live or will probably watch it afterwards. So absolutely, whatever comments here today are part of all the collective feedback that they will take into consideration before they make any action. Yeah. So with that, if there's no more questions, I'll turn it over to Chief Smith to walk you through those proposed changes that we put out to have folks comment on.
Yeah, I'll call for any questions after we hear from Smith and Smith, right? All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Again, my name is Dan Smith. I'm the Wildlife Division Chief and Chief Game Warden for the department. And if we could start the PowerPoint. And we'll just hold on the first slide for a minute. I did want to just I hope I'm not understating in this. I think all of you are very aware of this, but just kind of wanted to go through the process that we currently have. So under Wyoming statute 23-1-302H, that provides for the commission to promulgate rules and regulations to govern or to issue elk, deer, antelope, and turkey licenses to Wyoming landowners without being in a competitive public draw. And so that directed us to do that. And then in the commission regulation, we define what eligibility is for those licenses. So as it currently works, if a land parcel qualifies, a landowner qualifies, they can receive up to 2 deer, elk, antelope, and turkey licenses, depending on what the property qualifies for each year. That comes off of basically off of the quota that the department sets for that hunt area. So when we set a quota, and I'll just make up an example for you. If you have a quota of 100 deer licenses, limited quota licenses in an area, the first thing that happens is we split those into the resident, non-resident split. So for deer, that would be a 20 or an 80-20 split, 80% to residents, 20% to non-residents. Then the landowners that qualify will come off of that next. And so if you are a landowner and you're a resident of Wyoming, it would come out of that 80%. If you are a landowner in Wyoming that's a non-resident, you would come out of that 20%. So those come out first, and then after the landowner licenses are issued without any competition with the public, then the rest of the quota is then issued to the public. So if we'll go to the next slide. Currently, in Chapter 44 of Commission Regulations, Section 8 is where we talk about landowner licenses. The current qualification for that is 160 acres of contiguous land and 2,000 days use from whatever wildlife species we're talking about. The proposed changes, which are a little difficult to see under the text there, but the proposed changes include 160 acres of contiguous cultivated land, or 640 contiguous acres of rangeland, 20% ownership in the property, and 3,000 days use. And I'll dive into each of those a little bit later. We could go to the next slide. As Director Bruce has indicated, this has been talked about over the last, well, in my career, in the last 10 years, we've been nonstop talk about this conversation. It's a difficult conversation. It's a complicated issue. So the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force, they spent a lot of time on it. The commission spent time on it after that. And then, as Director Bruce indicated, in November of 2024, the commission really wanted to have the conversation with the public on where we wanted to go with this. And so they directed the department to put out a proposal so that we could gain public comment. And as was already noted, we're getting a lot of public comment, which is great. We want to have the public involved in our regulations. And as already noted, the written public comment period ended on the 10th, yesterday. And so we're summarizing all that data, putting that together for the commission, as well as the meetings like we're attending now and all the public outreach that we've done. Some of the issues that maybe we're trying to address is, as Director Bruce indicated, impacted by weather events in the last few years. We are seeing that some areas, it's a small number right now, but some areas, 100% of the licenses are going to landowners. In most cases, that's on the non-resident side because it's a smaller pool, as you can imagine. So as the number of licenses increase, those numbers may come back a bit. We've also seen over the last 5 years, and you saw it in your packet this morning, there are some increases in the number of landowner licenses that we're issuing over the past years. And so as we look into the future and what that means in the future, we're just trying to figure out how to balance, to have an equitable process to issue licenses to both landowners and the public. We could go to the next slide.
If I may, before you continue on.
Yes, sir.
How many areas are 100% landowner tag, so the public doesn't have a chance to draw a tag?
So again,
how pervasive is that?
Mr. Chairman, my apologies for interrupting you. It's a very small number. And so right now we're trying to put those numbers all together. But in 2023, for example, there was one antelope area that 100% of the resident licenses went to landowners. There were 3 on areas where 100% of the non-resident licenses went to landowners. So it is a small number at this time, but as we look into the future, as landscape continues to change, we anticipate that will increase.
My apologies to stop before we go on. We may have some questions. First, Senator Ide and then Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're on percentages, I wanted to get this question in before I got lost in the weeds here. Can you give the overall percentage of landowner tags across the board? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, based on the information in the packet, I believe it was about 3,800 licenses went to landowners. So if you look at the total number, it's going to be a very small percentage based on the total number of licenses issued. But it really varies specifically to different hunt areas. So in some hunt areas, it may only be 1% of the licenses, and in other areas, it could be up to 100% of the licenses.
And did you have one follow-up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. When you say small, that's kind of a broad answer. Can you do the math on that? Is it like 1%, 2%, 3%, 10%? What is that number? Just out of curiosity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, we will do the math on that and come back to you.
And my comment before we go on to the next question is, for a quote, small percentage of the overall licenses going to landowners, they're providing the habitat. They're providing a lot of food out there. They're taking on a lot of damage to their, if it's a crop, yeah, they can be compensated, but you have a center pivot with the drop hoses and the bull elk comes down, he decides he's mad at you and he starts fighting those and gets them tangled in his horns and snaps them off. Well, you can fix the hose and redo it, but if it snaps it off up at the top of the pivot, then you're out hundreds of dollars. Or if they run across your gated pipe, you haven't got it up, they punch holes in it. So a lot of damage, fences, other than what's can be compensated for. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just, I'm trying to wrap my head around the areas where all the licenses issued are for landowners. What if the landowner, and maybe the way you do it, this isn't possible, but what if the landowner qualifies for more licenses than the quota has? What happens then? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCain, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that because I should have covered it. So in the case that there are more landowner licenses available than the quota, then the landowners alone go into a competitive draw of just landowners. And so there's still no public involved with that. But for example, if there was only 10 landowner licenses available and there was 15 landowners, then those 15 landowners would be put into a drawing and 10 of them would be selected.
Thank you.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up to Senator Ide's question for states that allow for transferable tags. I'd like that percentage as well as to how many landowners apply for the tags. I imagine you probably don't have that on you today, but I would anticipate an increase. So if we can get some idea of what that might look like, I would appreciate it.
And I may add a little bit. Your local game warden is aware of the landowners and the animals in his designated area that he watches. And he knows, okay, Mr. French has this many antelope on him and this many elk and whatever. So they make the decision to advance it that, okay, Mr. French qualifies because he's got all these use days and there's this many. So they kind of are the ones that know because they're out there in the field all the time. So a little background there. So, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification for myself. Did you say, or what I thought I heard was that sometimes the licenses, the landowner licenses are the majority, and so there aren't sportsmen and they are non-resident? How does that work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman. So if you're a Wyoming landowner, you would not have to necessarily be a Wyoming resident. So you could live in Colorado and own land in Wyoming.
Mhm.
And so in that case, you would go into the non-resident portion of the quota. And so in that example I gave, if there was 100 licenses quota for a species in that hunt area, 20 of those licenses would go to the non-resident portion of that draw. And so if you're a non-resident landowner, you own land in Wyoming, but you don't live here, then you would come out of that non-resident portion of the quota. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, if I could add on to Representative's question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Only because I have experience in some other states where some other states don't consider non-residents a landowner for this purpose. But the state of Wyoming and state statute, a landowner is both can be resident or non-resident.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, if there's 100 and it's 80 and 20, there are no more. So that's why the end of it would go to the non-resident.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, yes, if there's 100 licenses total, that's how many we're going to issue, and landowner licenses come out of that quota first. And then just to further clarify that question, since a landowner can receive 2 landowner licenses and an individual can't have more than one. So for example, in Mr. French's example, Mr. French may qualify for 2 landowner licenses, but maybe he has a son or daughter that lives out of state. And so Chairman French would come out of the resident draw, and his son or daughter out of state that got the second license would come out of the non-resident draw.
Of that 20%. Any other questions at this point? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How is the 20% out-of-state licenses figured? Is that statute, or how do you come to 20%? And
Mr. Chairman, Representative, it is in statute. It's a split at 80-20 on the license allocation.
I'm just saying if we get 100% of the licenses going to landowners, we would have to change the statutes if we wanted some of those out-of-state tags to go to sportsmen in the state of Wyoming. I mean, I'm just.
Before you comment, I would comment that, as you said, is a very small percentage where it's 100%, very small.
Correct.
Okay. Any other, do you want to follow up or, okay, any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to acknowledge what you said about landowners. We highly value landowners, especially in the wintertime. I mean, the majority of where wildlife winter ends up on private land. And so the value that landowners present to wildlife is huge. So I hope I didn't understate that in any way. So moving on in the presentation under definitions, one of the things that the commission wanted to do was to expand the definition of what an immediate family member is. And so as we talked earlier, a landowner can receive licenses, but they can also share that with members of their family. And so we wanted to add this, I call it the steps, but it's the step parents, step grandparents, step siblings, step child into that and include them as a part of the member of your family. And so expanding that definition. Next slide, please. And so in this slide, the changes in the proposed regulation is that it has to be an immediate family member, which we talked about in the previous slide, being a brother, sister, father, grandfather, or a step of any of those. But they also have to hold a significant interest in the corporation, partnership, trust, or limited liability company. And this is actually one of the recommendations from the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force, was to have a percentage there for discussion. And the reason for that is there has been, in some cases, some abuse of the system where I can have an LLC, I can sell you a 1% portion of that, and you can now qualify for a landowner license. And so that was a way to actually show that you're a true landowner here, and they set that number at 20%. And that's for corporations, again, corporations, partnerships, trusts, and LLC companies.
Mr. Smith, so I can wrap my head around this. Would that change what's currently going? Say I get a couple of tags. Now, right now I can allow a son, daughter, grandkids, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, whatever, to hunt. Is this change saying they have to own a part of the farm, the ranch?
Chairman French, that's a great question. They do not. As the landowner, you are the landowner of the land, and you can share that with your immediate family members. This applies to corporations, say like a mining company, or a livestock grazing association that owns land. This is just trying to show some higher ownership in the land, but you as an owner still can share that license with your immediate family members.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for being here. Tough subject. Question on this landowner thing. So a corporation has, say it's a lot of ranches are family corporations. Mom, dad, and 3 kids. They all own 20% of the corporation. That's the way it's drafted. Do each one of those qualify for a set of landowner licenses, or is it just one set of landowner licenses for the corporation?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, that's a great question. It is still one set of licenses for the parcel of land that they own, so for the corporation. We're just trying to show ownership in that corporation.
Okay.
Yeah, and as Director Bruce pointed out, the change right now is that you could be a 1% owner. There's no restriction on the amount of ownership in it. So right now you could be a 1% owner and apply for a license. This is just trying to show that you're a bona fide owner of that corporation.
Okay. Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if a landowner is not a non-hunting landowner, if he decides that he wants to generate a little income, could he create ownership? I mean, offer ownership to a person at 1% or 2%? And each one of those people get a landowner license?
Chairman, Representative Schmidt. So again, the parcel would only qualify for two. So under the current regulation, yes, you could do that. But if you sold 100 shares of 1%, you still will only get two licenses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, continue, please. I know we have a lot of questions, but we got a lot of people that want to say their piece. So if we can talk faster.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best. Next slide, please. This just defines what a significant interest is. As we've talked about already, it's proposed to be at 20%. Next slide. So on this slide, there's some minor changes there, but what I really wanted to point out here is that the commission authorizes the license in order to provide the opportunity for a landowner to hunt on their own land. But we've never interpreted that to mean that that's what they're required to do. We're providing the opportunity for them to do that by issuing a landowner license, but we do not require the landowner to hunt on their own land. We allow them to hunt in the entire hunt area.
Right. If yeah, whatever area you're in, you're eligible to hunt in that. Okay.
Next slide, please. So some of the changes that are proposed in this regulation is that we are changing it from 160 acres as it currently stands to either 160 contiguous acres of cultivated land or a minimum of 640 acres, continuous acres of land. If you're in between 160 and 640, as long as you have 160 acres of cultivated land, you would still qualify. The other change on here is that we are increasing from 2,000 days use to 3,000 days use. And how that is calculated would be, for example, if you have 50 deer for 60 days, that's 3,000 days use. Or if you have 150 elk for 20 days, that's 3,000 days use. And it's just a change, and that you'd have to demonstrate that over the previous 12-month period.
And if I might, why the 33% increase? I mean, so currently you're 2,100 use days on your place or whatever, they bump it to 3,000. Each year you're at 21, 2 to whatever, 2,500. Suddenly you don't qualify anymore, but you're feeding a whole lot of animals. So why that such a huge change there?
Mr. Chairman, I think the reason behind it is we want to demonstrate that the property that they're on is providing the habitat that we're asking for. And so in most cases, I don't want to say it that way. If you're providing 3,000 days use, you are definitely providing the habitat needed for that species. And so for elk, it really doesn't take a whole lot of time for elk to add up to 3,000 days use. As I said, as an example, 150 elk for 20 days and you're at 3,000 days use, and you've experienced that firsthand that happens pretty quickly. And so I think it was just an intent of the commission to try to show that the people that we're giving landowner licenses to truly are providing the habitat for that species.
Yeah, there may be some comments on that one. I personally kind of disagree on that, but I'll leave it at that. So continue on. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's kind of on the same lines of the questioning there. What was the reasoning of the 160 to the 640? That's more than a small percentage change. That's a huge change, and I want to know kind of the impetus behind that big of a change.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Banks, that's a great question. Thank you for that. There was a lot of discussion in the task force about this topic, and then in the end, they did not make any recommendation. And then over the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a lot of discussion in the commission as to what that number should be, and it's kind of bounced around to different numbers. In the end, for the purpose of discussion with the public on where we want to go with this, they landed on the 640 and 160 because there's a lot of cultivated property that provides a lot of habitat. And so they didn't want to exclude that cultivated land that's providing a lot of habitat. But a lot of places, they were just trying to figure out on just dry range land, what is the right number? And where the commission landed is at 640, and to get feedback from the public on where that number should be. Next slide, please. Nope.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those lines, 160 can be in the riparian where the water source is also that you own, and that may be all you own is that area. That's where the habitat is. That's where the animals are going to be, as opposed to a 640, which is say up on a plateau. So I can't follow your thought pattern in there on how that's working apples to apples, if that makes any sense. But my other question, if beg your indulgence here, is what do you do with the existing? How do we treat what we are currently since 1949 been abiding by? Are they grandfathered in, or do we scrub the whole process and start all over? Or I guess I'm just interested in that side.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, great comments. First comment, great comment. There's going to be some areas that will not fall into the definition that maybe should. As to your second question, there is no proposal right now to add a grandfather clause to that. And so it would be, first I should point out that since 1949, there have been various iterations of this, but the current iteration has gone on since at least the 80s. So at least for the last 40 plus years, it's been what it is now, the 160 acres and 2,000 days use. Under the current proposal, there is not an indication of grandfathering those in. So it would be a start from that point as proposed.
But Mr. Chairman, if I could add on to that, Representative Davis, they did talk a little bit at the November meeting briefly about grandfathering, I believe, and a lot of side conversations, because as we get input from folks, the idea of grandfathering in has come up a lot. So definitely will probably be a conversation in July.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. And tell me if this isn't appropriate or if you guys don't deal with it. Again, I'm just getting my feet wet here. Over the discussions, there's been one who puts out the compensation for the landowners with the animals on there, and how is that determined? And also, are we looking at rules that can prevent against landowners that get compensation but won't allow hunting on their land? Is that being addressed at all?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, so we do have a damage regulation where if big game wildlife, big game or trophy game animals cause damage to private property, we do have a compensation program for that. And so as part of that compensation program, the landowner does have to allow access and does have to harvest a certain number of those animals each year in order to meet that qualification. All right, next slide. Should be about slide 9. That's the one. So in this one, the commission just added a line to say that the landowner applicant would be responsible for providing the documentation that they meet these qualifications. Mostly that would apply back to showing that you have 20% ownership if this regulation were to pass, showing that you have that ownership, showing that you meet those days use, and showing that you have the correct acreage to meet the minimum requirement. Of course, the department will always continue to work with landowners. We want to have that relationship. We're going to work with you to help you document that. Next slide, please. So in this one, one of the things that the commission does not have authority is to cap licenses. We discussed that a little bit, and Senator McKeon brought it up earlier. What happens if there's more landowners that apply than there are licenses? And so this is just clarifying that if there are more landowners that apply for the landowner license, then there are licenses available, but there will be a draw just with the landowner. So kind of put you set that one up for me. Next slide. And with that, that kind of covers all the changes proposed in this regulation. Again, the commission is looking for conversation and public feedback on this proposal, and then I'll stand for any questions.
Committee, anything at this point? Stick around. The other, for my apologies, are you going to present or? Okay, all right. Thank you. You guys stick around now. We'll start into public comment. I think we'll start with, since I believe there's a number of landowners and whatever, the thought of landowners being able to sell a tag. So with that, I'll open it up to public comment. Don't be shy. Yeah, come up, state your name, please.
Hi, I'm Kurt Bales, live in Cody, manage a large ranch up there, over 27,000 acres. We have a tremendous amount of wildlife that we feed. And going back to the compensation of should we be able to sell our tag, it's in my mind, if I'm entitled to that landowner license, what does it matter who's using that? If I'm feeding the public wildlife, whether it's my daughter or whether it's a friend, I'm entitled to those tags. So I see no real reason why the commission is trying to regulate that in the statute from Wyoming. The added cost of wildlife to our property. We were in a CRM several years ago. We counted elk numbers on us. It averaged out that we had over 600 head of elk on us every day of the year. Now, obviously, there was you know, them numbers varied through the summer or through the spring. There was high numbers and low numbers. But the Game and Fish says that elk AUM is 0.5 of a cow. So if we had 600 elk and you multiply that by half, you got 300 cows that we could have ran on that property instead of feeding the public elk. Not that we would do that, but that's at today's prices of cattle, that's over $600,000 that it's cost our ranch to feed the public wildlife. And I really feel that this change that the Game and Fish is trying to put through on us is real wrong, in the sense that you know, we've been building rapport with the Game and Fish for years, and this really seems like it's a step backwards. It's not going to affect our ranch, but it would be really nice if the owners of the ranch, it's an absentee owner place, they've owned it for over 50 years. You know, how many landowner tags do you really need, say, to go out and kill that big bull every year? They have friends that have never been able to draw or never did draw, and some of them do draw. But what difference is it to how many landowner licenses if they could just transfer that license to one of their friends? They're still entitled to two, and they're only going to get two. But for them to transfer that or to sell that, say I got brothers still on my family farm. They're a lot smaller place. You know, it's been a real struggle for in the ag economy to make things work. And so if they're feeding the public wildlife for that, and they qualify for them 2 landowner licenses, why can't they sell one of those licenses and make a little money off of it to help compensate for what they're providing for the public? It just seems like there's, they're already entitled to the landowner license. And I don't see why that it matters whether they could actually gain some income from that public wildlife that they're feeding.
Thank you for your comments, and I might add, if they could sell some for whatever price, it may keep them in business to continue providing that habitat for those animals. They may be able to pay off a loan at the bank or something and stay in business. Otherwise, if they go out of business, you might have 50 houses out there, and I'm a dog lover, and 100 dogs roaming around and 5,000 cats. You know what I'm saying? So thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kurt. Any other public comment? Please come up, state your name. Mr. Moline.
Mr. Chairman, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. I guess a little bit of confusion. You want comments on both topics, the change in regulations and the ability for transferable landowner licenses?
If you would, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Those
Chairman.
are the two
Okay.
biggies.
I'm prepared to give my opinion on both of them. The Game and Fish pointed out that how important private lands is to wildlife. The majority of crucial winter range for many species is private land. So these landowner tags are a good tool to use. As far as the proposed regulation change, you have to have proposed to be 160 contiguous acres of cultivated land, 640 acres of contiguous rangeland. I would suggest taking out the word contiguous. As an example, you have a state highway run through your property. Well, you have technically two separate parcels that they're not contiguous, but you still have the 640 acres. I think technically they would be adjacent, but they're not contiguous. They're separated by the ownership of the state highway, which many times isn't just an easement, it's an ownership of the land as a state highway. So I would suggest taking out the word contiguous. The level of land, the acreage, you're going to have winners and losers, but I would like to see some type of grandfathering in there, because that was a private property right that, that they've had, or a privilege. I don't know how to say it, right or privilege, but to allow that. And as far any questions, I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. That's on the proposed changes and regulations. If the committee would have
Just
any
continue on,
Okay,
and then we'll ask you questions.
Okay, as far as the transferability of the licenses, my members have policy on that. We've had it for a long time that would support landowners being able to transfer those tags to whoever they want. And Mr. Chairman, you hit on the point, I believe it was, that adding a little bit more income, a lot of times it doesn't take much, but to keep these ranches and farms viable, this is another income source that we have not been able to take advantage of. So I think this is an important thing that we would love to see go forward, that landowners can transfer those, sell them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would sit for any questions that you or the committee may have.
Any questions, committee, for Mr. Moline? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Magagna.
Red, so I'll use this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of comments with regard to the game and fish proposal, and we've worked with them on that. Most of it, we're comfortable with the changes they've proposed. The 640 acres is acceptable only if the grandfather clause is added to it. We think that's critical, that they have to be grandfathered in because that represents an investment. People who bought some of these smaller parcels, the market value of that land was in part based on the fact that it came with 2 landowner licenses. So I think it's not fair to take that value away. Once the land is sold, then if we say that doesn't go with it, if it's sold outside the family, that's acceptable. We do have concern with going to 3,000 animal unit days. We think that is too much at this point in time until we look at some of the other related issues. So those would be the 2 main factors there. The other thing that I would mention, I presented this to the Wildlife Task Force, I presented it to the commission, and can't seem to get any traction with it. Under the existing law, and even more so under what's proposed, I can have a family member who hasn't been on the ranch for 30 years, and I can give them one of my landowner licenses. But if I have an employee who's been on the ranch and managing the ranch for the last 25 years and has really been responsible for making sure it's managed as a way to provide habitat, I cannot give that employee a landowner license. And we've requested several times that they make provision that a landowner license can be given to a long-term employee who works on the ranch, not the accountant someplace or the lawyer, but the employee who works on the ranch and manages that habitat. And we've not been able to get support for that, and we'll continue to advocate for that. Switching over to the landowner licenses, and I would concur with the comments of both of the previous 2 speakers, that those need to be made transferable with perhaps some parameters on that, but in general. And I would point to 2 things. One is, as has been pointed out, that as I often say today, if you're a family rancher, you can't stay in business based on the revenue off of that cow. Now, this year markets are high. That may be a little less true, but in general, that's true. So our landowners have to look for secondary sources of income. And I actually have a scenario where one of my members has come to me and said, in order to get a secondary source of income, I'm going to be negotiating an agreement with a power company for wind towers. Don't really want those, but I need the income. If I could market my 2 landowner licenses, that would be an alternative, would be far more acceptable to me, and I wouldn't be going after that other source of revenue. The other thing I would point out with regards to that is, and Game and Fish has cooperated with us and expanded somewhat the ability to receive damage payments, particularly for elk damage where there's excess elk populations. But every time a landowner files a damage claim, that's revenue away from the Game and Fish Department, out of their budget. If in the alternative, in lieu of a damage claim, a landowner is able to market a hunting license, there's no loss to the agency of any dollars, because the recipient of that license still has to go pay the regular license fee, whether it's resident or non-resident, as the case may be. So the Game and Fish is not out anything based on granting those landowner licenses. The other thing I would add is that, and I'm kind of going back to the first point with the commission rules, but it would apply here as well. We do understand the consternation of the sports people when 100% of the licenses in a given hunt area are taken up with landowners. What we have advocated to the commission is, rather than across the board limit of saying no more than 20% or 40%, give the commission some authority that wherever the demand for landowner licenses is reaching that high point where it's precluding the hunting public from having access to those licenses, that the commission would be authorized to put a cap on those, on that particular hunt area. That's, to us, is not, the fact that it happens is not justification for putting a cap on across the entire state, where in some areas, as Game and Fish has pointed out, the landowners and even with the public don't take up all the licenses that are available. So that would be another point, whether that's done. We believe the commission could do that today, but if it needed to be done in legislation, that would be an alternative there. So in general, certainly very supportive of some landowner licenses. I spoke to the TRW committee when they met on this last week because they had an interest in, well, and just would throw this out, I suggested to them that perhaps a working group could be put together with members of both committees and some outside participation, perhaps to to work in detail on this issue and to develop the framework for some legislation that would, within reasonable bounds, make landowner licenses transferable, as they are in most of our surrounding states to some degree. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Thank you. Further public comment? Yes, come state your name, please.
Excuse me, Dwayne Hagan. I'm a landowner from the Matisse area. I'm also a licensed outfitter, but I haven't taken a revenue hunter for quite a few years. Most of my hunting is done with Outdoor Dream Foundation, which fortunately the legislation has set aside licenses for those kids that are terminally ill or life-threatening illnesses. So I still get to outfit, and it's a much pretty rewarding outfitting business that I have. So I was also a member of the task force. The landowner license was probably one of our most talked about issue on the task force. Recently, I've received quite a few emails and phone calls and people just wanting to get a hold of me to express their concerns about the changes that are being proposed when it comes to acreage. Going from 160 to 640 on rangeland. The task force struggled with that issue, but we did not come to any kind of an agreement. And I would say that one of our task force members, Senator Hicks, when we were into this argument about increasing acreage, just said, can we all just agree to leave it at 160 and let's pursue the problems we have with other means. Okay. The other means in my position, I'm not speaking for the task force. I'm speaking for what my position was on the task force, was changing the responsibility of the landowner to prove that he had 2,000 animal use days. We know there were abuses there. And I think the landowners that I talked to that know they had 2,000 animal use days and know they could prove it, they were fine with that regulation change. So to me, that is really the proof of whether that landowner should get those licenses. Now, just in disclosure, the land that I have, these changes that the commission is proposing will not affect me one bit. I still will qualify for the 2 landowner licenses I get. So I'm not doing this self-serving. I just want to make that clear. But I'll give you an example. I had a town hall meeting in Matisse when we had the task force in that year and a half period. And we had a landowner that came in and he had requested landowner tags for elk. And I have property that is close to that landowner, and in 20 years, I never saw an elk on his property. Well, he called the Game and Fish and one day and said, "Hey, I've got elk on my property." You know, they turned him down because they didn't think he had 2,000. He said, I've got elk on my property right now, and they just came across my property, and so, you know, if you want to come and look, you know. Well, it just so happened the game warden was about a minute away from his property when he made that call to him. So when he showed up, they were whitetail. Okay, so those are the kinds of things that happen. That's how,
if I might, that's how moose get shot. People think it's a deer or something. Okay, continue on. We're getting kind of limited on time, so if you can wrap it up and
I just want to bring this one point up. I think the landowners that are going to be negatively affected by this change in acreage are going to come out of the woodwork. And I think this is going to put a burden on the Game and Fish Department, the game wardens and the biologists that have to work with these landowners throughout the state. And you take away their licenses, that they can prove they have those animal use days, it's going to be a hard sell for them. Thank you.
Sir, are you in favor of landowners who get a tag being able to sell it? Under maybe some parameters, as Mr. McGagnis said, maybe.
I guess I don't have an opinion on that, but I do have an opinion on being able to transfer it to somebody else, not selling it, but for sure transferring it, like Mr. McGagnis said, to a longtime employee or something like in that light. I do have that.
Okay,
feeling.
thank you, sir. Apparently you're next. If you'd state your name, please.
Yes, Allison Crane, with the Wyoming Wool Growers Association. Do you want to introduce yourself? Okay. So I'm here to comment on the landowner licenses, and we just asked for a few considerations to be made for the wool growers. First is what most people have stated of considering grandfathering in. Second would be that many of these landowners consider these landowner licenses a privilege. And even I would go so far to say a compensatory award for providing, sustaining, managing habitat for wildlife. And I believe that constricting or restricting these licenses would actually, for some people, be seen as a punishment, whether they deserve that punishment or not. And so I would encourage Game and Fish to consider it in that light. And this gentleman that just testified, I believe, stated that very eloquently. So I'll just leave it at that. And I think he did a really nice job with how he said that. But these could result in land sales that result in subdivisions and a loss of habitat, land access across private lands for public land access, and then lands pulled from HMA. Lastly, landowners provide fencing, as we all know, water, critical winter range, lots of habitat for our wildlife, and something that hasn't been mentioned is predator control. That I think is always important to mention of the services that landowners provide to the wildlife in the state. So this is all critical for the state's wildlife, and the majority of which spends a lot of its life, if not the majority of its life, on private land. The land in the day's use changes. I believe incentivizes, for instance, elk populations that could be out of control, because then you get your day's use, right? Not saying that anybody would do that, but it also can create division amongst small versus large acreage parcels and those landowners. So on that note, I have a concern about burden of proof. The wool growers also asked for consideration of the habitat criteria, as this gentleman also stated, for landowners rather than a strict acreage proof. And on that note, we have concerns about landowners proving day use and ask how does one do that adequately? And what is that ask? What is that burden on a landowner? And finally, ask that this topic be tabled for consideration by the commission and brought back based on their decision. And we also asked for a seat at the table when those decisions are being made. And on the note of transferring, I was not going to comment on this, but I do think that is a very complicated issue. And we recognize that this also devalues commissioners' licenses. And many of our landowners have stated that they also recognize that that is a complicated part of being able to transfer, but especially sell landowners' licenses that can, and in some cases do, benefit the very organizations that they're a part of. Yes.
Why should they be able to donate tags to different groups and they sell those tags, but a landowner who's providing the habitat for those critters can't? That's really kind of bothers me.
Yep.
I mean, you can do it, but I can't.
Yes.
Is that kind of a double standard? Is
Yes.
that
That's why I said it was a complicated issue.
but it is, I'm trying to clarify it for
Yes,
you.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Yes, it's a very complicated issue. And that's why I think, and we've had a conversation briefly about this of, is there more conversation? Well, there's definitely more conversation that needs to be had around how commissioners' licenses are probably allocated, and the stipulations of those. Because many of them do go into providing or improving habitat for wildlife, but also agriculture, in many instances on private and public lands. And like I said, very complicated.
Very,
I don't
very
wanna get into it.
complicated. And I might add, yes, it may go to, but it also goes to pay their salary. True?
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're getting short on time, so please wrap it up and so we can continue on.
I am finished. So any questions? But
Okay, any question? Next, thanks. Thank you. It is complicated.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think I'm sweating a little bit because it is so complicated and it's something that comes up a lot. We know that it came up this session and it brought out 10 to 12, depending on which part of the session we were talking about, hunting groups. I think it's not putting it lightly to say their hair was on fire about transferable landowner tags. Now, I came up here very intentionally with Allison from Wool Growers because we've fostered a really incredible friendship, despite, I think, many times feeling like there's wedges between us, between the sporting community and the landowner and agriculture community, when really 98% of our values are aligned. And I want to put this to you because this is one of those 2% that drives a wedge between landowners and sportsmen. And there's other options. And I'm here sitting and saying, I want to work with you to look at the other options because the transferable tag is just not a place where I'm going to be able to move the sporting community at all. And that is, that is historically the position. I think I'm speaking for many other organizations as this is just not a place where sportsmen are willing to budge. But that's 2%.
Yeah, if I may.
Let me finish in just a minute.
No, let me finish. Let's go there. You're not willing to go different places, but it sounds like you're willing to talk to the landowners on your terms, not our terms. I say we'll have the conversation on our terms. Does that work for you?
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. Are you saying on the legislative terms or on the landowner's terms?
On landowner terms, because it sounds like, you just said as a sportsman, we're not going to go there. Well, I'm saying maybe the landowners don't want to go there. They want you to come over to the landowner's point of view and have the discussion. Are you willing to do that?
Mr. Chairman, I do that, and we do it a lot. And in fact, we're doing it at the commission level as well, which is where this discussion outside of transferable, I recognize that is a legislative thing. But the other parts that we're talking about a regulation in front of the commission right now. And the sportsmen and the landowners are very much there. And yes, it is contentious, but boy, are we listening to each other right now, and we're trying to find a way forward. For an example, this 640, where did it come from? Why? I'm understanding there's a lot of strife with it and I'm hearing it. I can tell you from a side where I was listening to what the task force talked about, the concern that brought up the 640 initially wasn't anything to do with burden of proof. It was trying to regulate and rein in the large scale ranches that were out of state ownership that were LLCs that were divided amongst 23 different people that were all coming in and hunting landowner tags. This was not meant to come after the generational rancher or the traditional rancher, because boy, do I understand the value of that. And I am here to like say, how do we then help create those second sources of income that I'm hearing is needed because of this discussion of transferable landowner licenses? I'm here and I really have some ideas, but this is what I'm trying to offer, is that the sporting community, it's this one thing of transferable landowner tags that really sticks in the craw of sportsmen. And it's sticky, it's complicated. I do think there are places where we can be more transparent and talk about where the dollars of commissioner licenses go. That has been a discussion I've had with the department already. I am happy to volunteer that from WWF as well. But as far as the transferable licenses, what that goes against and what it creates is a wedge between landowners and sportsmen. And it creates a really ugly one. And we can look in New Mexico to see how that has proven out. 37% of resident elk tags go, no, excuse me, only 37% of New Mexico's elk tags go to residents. They are mandated by their statute that 84% is, but through transferable tags, the rest of that goes to non-resident folks from out of state that can afford to pay $10,000 to $20,000, which is what those tags go for. And that really makes it so the resident sportsman has a big hill to climb to try and be a part of that. Now, I'm not here for this apples to apples and oranges and apples discussion. I'm here to say we're fighting over something that's really, really little. And if it is $20,000, I am here to find a way to bring that second income in. I have ideas, I have opportunities, and that is where I'm sitting and saying that we go. So I'm asking that we defer this to hear what the commission has to say, to see where the discussion between landowners and the hunters is going. And then maybe we talk about this a little bit later.
I'm sorry. Can you state your name and who you're with?
Jess Johnson, and I'm with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. And you can find in that packet that you guys got, you can see where we've gotten the commissioner's tags and who's given them to us. I don't see the list of landowners in that.
Do you say you have ideas to compensate those people versus selling a tag? What is that idea to help them stay in business? What's your idea?
Well, I have a laundry list, and in the essence
Just
of
take the
name-
top one or two.
Top one or two. So we have an idea of a database that we pull together because there are organizations out there that are willing to give hand over fist dollars to help improve habitat on private land. So not anything where there's no access stipulation tied to it or anything else. We're here and we want to improve habitat because improving habitat for agriculture improves habitat for wildlife. There's a lot of organizations willing to do that, but there's no one place where you can find all of that information. There's, bear with me on this one, guys. There's federal opportunities for federal dollars, and I realize that's not for everyone. But again, you can't find all of that information in one spot in this state. And then there's other things like what the Game and Fish is already doing. Your example of the elk's antlers getting tangled in that is, you could have filed a damage claim around that and gotten that through Game and Fish dollars. There's access, yes, there's trespass fees, there's a lot of opportunity there. And this is just a very small little bit, but my top idea, you guys know all of this exists. But it's hard to find that information in one place, and a place to go to where somebody could be like, if I don't want to take federal dollars, here's other options. If I don't want to be in an access program, here's other options. So that's my top thought. Again, I have a laundry list. I'm willing to sit down, but I don't want to take other people's time. So I'm going to just rest it with that.
As long as you're willing to sit down and communicate based on listening to the landowner's proposal to sell a tag or transfer it, are you willing to have that conversation or no?
Mr. French, we had that conversation this session and we were willing to sit down and it went nowhere. So I'm here saying, let's not hash this out again and let's find a better idea.
Well,
that
we're at the
we can
committee
both
to
talk
hash this out. So let's just hash it out. Get with it.
How would you like me to get with it?
I don't know. I think at this point, no offense to you, but we're running short on time. There's a lot of people that want to comment, and I do appreciate your comments. I really do. And it's a big complicated issue, but my point of view and a lot of people's and a lot of landowners' point of view is want to be able to transfer a tag to that ranch manager, that whoever, and possibly sell a tag to stay in business to provide the habitat. So anyway, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Please state your name.
Brian Peters, Mr. Chairman. Thanks committee for hearing this. Once damages popped up, I just couldn't stop and not say this. So damage claims sound real simple to be had. Going back to counts, we actually put on our first claim last year. Game and Fish counted. We had a herd of elk hit some barley stubble that we were trying to graze with our own cattle. They were pretty well wiping it out. Game and Fish came out, did counts. Local warden's great. But they never saw a single animal there. So there was no ever animal counted as elk that did the large damage there, but their pellets were there, but we could never get a count on what did that damage. And the next thing I wanted to talk about damage real quick that is so simply resolved so accordingly is we had a lot of grizzlies in our neighborhood. So we put our cattle inside electric fence, keep the bears out of them. Ended up with a calf stomped to death and one with a broken leg that are not compensated because they don't have bite or chew marks on them, is how the compensation works on that program. So sounds real simple. There's all these things that just, money to be had for damages. That's just not a realistic thing. And I think I'll stop at that point. There was other discussions, like you say, it's very hard to hear people say that this is, can be resolved so simply for the landowners. I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of dialogue that is missed, that it's almost like animals are becoming a liability, which would be sad to see if that's what it becomes. But some of this conversation leads to almost like wildlife as a liability on your property, whether you are working with damages or, residential development. If they're going to go after your rights to cut off a corner because they changed some development packages over wildlife using your property. So it's just very complex, and I'll end at that. Thanks for your time.
Hold on, young fella. So what's your position? Yeah. What's your position on landowners being able to transfer a tag to Mr. McGagner brought it up, and others maybe to an employee, whatever, and the ability to sell a tag, maybe not to get 2 elk tags a year and 2 antelope a year, maybe not selling all 4 of them, but some kind of, somebody brought it up, maybe one of your elk tags every 4 or 5 years, one of your antelope, so it's not a flood of, because God forbid we devalue those commissioner tags that are sold. We don't want to do that. What's your opinion?
Mr. Chairman, committee, so I do believe there should be some transferring of the tags, whether it be internally to further past the immediate family or even to the spot of selling these licenses. I understand there's a whole battle with the commissioner tags, and there's a lot of great things that come to that, but the landowners that support these wild animals 24/7, 365, I think says a lot, to where some of the commission dollars I think can be very hypocritical on where they send some of their funding to. They've done a lot of great work with the commissioners and governor tags, but that is a program that definitely needs to be looked into, in my opinion, and the landowners are the ones that are providing habitat 24/7. So just that little kick in, yes, there's definitely going to be a devalue if something like that came around. And it is a complex issue, with that being said.
I know people want to comment. I keep forgetting to turn the mic on. So please come forward. We need to hear from you. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, can I provide public comment?
As a committee member, you can say what you want within reason.
Do I need to go up there?
No, you're fine there. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just prepared a little something. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a member of the Wyoming legislature and someone deeply familiar with the challenges of agriculture, I'd like to offer a perspective rooted in the reality many of our producers face. Agriculture is a rewarding but unforgiving industry. Margins can be razor thin, and uncertainty, whether it be from weather, markets, or policy, is a constant companion. Yet through it all, our agricultural lands continue to provide immense public benefit, particularly for wildlife. These lands offer more than just forage and open space. They are habitat, calving grounds, and migration corridors. Without working ag lands, the future of Wyoming's iconic wildlife would be uncertain at best. That's why I believe that any conversation about landowner licenses must begin with a recognition. Ranchers and farmers are not obstacles to wildlife. They are essential to its success. There are several tools available to help landowners manage wildlife on their properties. Each has its place, just like the clubs in a golf bag. But as anyone who's tried to putt with a driver knows, not every tool fits every situation. Programs like Access Yes do great work and deserve praise, but not every landowner is comfortable opening up their property to anyone with a tag. Many in ag want to know who's coming onto their land and to maintain a relationship of trust and stewardship with those individuals. Damage claims are another option. They serve a purpose. But I've heard from many landowners who are reluctant to go down that path. It's cumbersome and often doesn't reflect the full extent of their contribution. An example of this would be in the checkerboard, where there's private land, and public land. And so there's really no way to account for those damage claims. What we're really talking about today is the need for a tool that does two things. First, it allows landowners to generate a small but meaningful income stream to help offset the costs of supporting wildlife. Second, it gives them the ability to decide who accesses their land. For many, this isn't about making money, it's about being a good steward on their terms. Many landowners I know aren't interested in charging trespass fees. They're interested in relationships, respect, and reciprocity. I also want to be very clear about this. Ag is not the problem. Ag is part of the solution. We can and we must ensure that wildlife and working lands not only coexist, but flourish together. I appreciate the thoughtful work of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has done, and the efforts of organizations like Muley Fanatic, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Trout Unlimited, and many others who have stepped forward to partner with landowners in meaningful ways. As you know, I previously sponsored legislation on transferable landowner tags. When concerns were raised, particularly from sportsmen and wildlife advocates, I listened. I pulled the bill because I was told that if given time, others would come forward with alternative ideas that could solve the same problem. That was a good faith decision. It wasn't without cost. I heard from constituents who were disappointed, even frustrated by that choice. But I made it in the spirit of cooperation and compromise. Now here we are. The legislative session is approaching, and I haven't yet seen the alternatives I was told would be coming. There is still time, and I remain hopeful, but I'm also watching the clock. I urge everyone involved in this process to work with urgency. Landowners are watching too, and they are waiting to see whether Wyoming will continue to recognize them as partners. I hope you all feel I have held up my end of the bargain. I share an optimism that those who committed to work on this with me will do the same. Again, I realize this is a tough conversation to have, but it is worthy of discussion and action. We must decide if protecting wildlife and wildlife corridors is a priority in the state. We must decide if we are going to support those that wish to conserve wildlife habitat rather than reducing habitat. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment, And I look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Very good comments. Public, here's your opportunity to speak on this issue. Here's your chance. We need to hear from you.
Mr. Chairman, I have two online as well.
Yeah, okay. We'll get to them as soon as we finish thanks for the reminder. State your name, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Bob Wharf, representative of Uena County. And I don't want to take time from the public. That's why I'm a little hesitant to come up and speak. But I participated in some of the meetings that were referenced in the letter that was just read. And I can attest to the fact that that was a commitment. We were supposed to be coming up with some ideas. And I just need to say, I mean, I'm on TRW. This topic was not really picked up by the TRW committee. They weren't interested in this. I tried to get us, as you know, Mr. Chairman, both our chairmen here, I talked to about having a combined joint TRW and ag, because we need to have this discussion. We can't have this side coming up with a bill and this side coming up with a bill if we want to be successful. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to pull that off. I couldn't get everybody together. But I do think it's warranted. This isn't going away, and I worry about our landowners being able to sustain the environment in which they find themselves. And I guess I really look at it, I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. I do not think it's that big of a deal to allow the landowners to have the ability to transfer their licenses. We do this with the commissioner tags. We've already had some discussion about the fact that those areas where we are over allocating licenses because of the demand from the landowners, they're willing to go into a drawing system, and I think that only makes sense. If the demand is too high, I don't think they should ever be allocated 100% of the licenses. I don't think that was ever the intent. I do think there's a myriad of ways to looking at it. I'm surprised that the department couldn't tell us, since the game wardens, the way I understand it, the game wardens have to approve all the landowners getting those licenses. And I would think the game wardens should have a pretty good idea of how that would change if they were to make the requirement that they had to have 640, that they had to have 3,000 minimum animal day uses. I would think they should be able to give a pretty good gut feel as far as what that is, because the number of landowners is not changing a lot. The one thing that has changed a lot is our wildlife. The one thing that we did learn at TRW last week is our mule deer herd's about 50% what we would like it to be. And I said it there, I'm going to say it here. I believe that our landowners are integral in recovering our mule deer herds. If we cannot get the landowners to buy into helping us recover that mule deer herd, it'll recover a little bit like it always does. But if we truly want to get our mule deer herds back like we've had in the past, I think it's going to require landowners to buy in on that. And I guess that's the way I look at this, is we can either have wildlife be a liability to those landowners or an asset. And I think the state is better off if it's an asset versus a liability, because like I said, if we want to recover our deer, we want to have adequate or abundant wildlife populations, I think it's paramount that we create partnerships with those landowners. And I feel like the discussions that I've sat in, unfortunately, the message that was given was sportsmen said, to heck with landowners. We want them to feed our wildlife, and we want to be able to benefit from hunting. Now, I don't want to see the division between landowners and sportsmen. I think that's a misstep on all sides, but we do need to figure out a way to come together. I think this is one solution. Is it the only solution? I would say no, Mr. Chairman, but it is the current system that we have on the books, and it is probably the most readily available as far as that. But I will state, because I don't know how familiar most of your committee is, most states, they have two programs. You have the landowner program, and then you have another program. we're trying to put it all into one program. And usually, the states have programs that are geared at creating access opportunities. And I know access was the number one issue when I ran my sportsman's group. Access was the number one issue every time I polled my members. And I think we're missing the point. I think landowners could be enticed to provide more opportunity and access for resident sportsmen if they were given that opportunity to benefit from wildlife. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would encourage the group to move forward to continue the discussion. Some of us are going to have to get thick-skinned. Some of us are going to realize that, it is contentious. It's a hard issue, but all the easy things have been done. If we're looking for an easy solution, then you're in the wrong business. And I don't think any of us are here looking for the easy solution, but we are all here trying to find a solution that works for Wyoming, works for our landowners, and works for our sportsmen. And I would encourage everybody to think along those lines. How do we make it work for everybody?
Thank you. Yeah, hunting opportunity, as a lifelong hunter, hunting opportunities are very important to the residents. I know a lot of hunters, and it's important to them. They enjoy getting out there, whether they harvest an animal or not. Harvesting the animal is the bonus, But also, we've got to, as you mentioned, and others, we've got to defend the rights of these landowners and kind of put out a helping hand that, hey, if you can sell that tag and help you stay in business, like I said, to continue providing habitat, what is wrong with that? We need to do that. The groups need to work together. I get that. It's important, as no comments, please, gracefully age, I enjoy watching the wildlife, I feed a lot of them, but yeah, we need to work together, but it can't be a situation where I'm this hunter group and landowners, no. You don't get to transfer a license or sell a license. No. We're not going to talk to you if that's your position. That's a wrong position. Absolutely wrong on their behalf. I kind of get it, but it's wrong. It's not trying to compromise and work with the people providing the habitat.
Yeah, it's not a negotiation point for sure, but that is what I'd encourage. And I don't want to vilify either side. I mean, I'm a sportsman first and foremost, but that's one thing I do know is we are so dependent on our landowners, and a lot of it comes from you guys probably know that I grew up in Utah. I grew up in Salt Lake, and I do remember when I was in school, one of the guys in the ag department tried to get a conversation going about paying for all the range damage that is sustained by wildlife. And it was Fred Provenza, who I've asked Carly, I thought maybe she might have been related to him, but Fred Provenza was a professor, and Dr. Provenza said it would break the state budget if they had to pay for the wildlife consumption. And I can tell you, I understand that. I understand there's a cost to wildlife on landowners. And the problem is, if you're a good steward of the land, your reward is you have wildlife. And currently, you do a good job, a good steward of your land, and you have wildlife, but you can't benefit from that wildlife other than turning in damage claims. And that's not the way, to me, to do it. But I'm taking up too much time, Mr. Chairman. But I do think it's important that we continue the discussions, and let's not think that this is the only solution. There may be some other ideas that are warranted that, are just as viable or maybe even better, that we would just soon do away with this landowner program altogether. I actually am of the opinion I've got commissioner tags when I ran my sportsman's group, but I quit applying for them. I started seeing the problem with what we were doing, and I don't like a dual standard, and that's what I feel like. But it's a lot more complicated than just commissioners and governors. You have the one-shot antelope, You have the women's antelope hunt, you have the buckskin hunts and the archery. I mean, there's a whole bunch of licenses that are dedicated that go out to different groups that raise money. And we don't do anything for the landowners. And I think that's something that should be looked at, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very good comments.
Mr.
Public?
Chairman,
Oh,
I got a
Senator
quick
Craig.
question for the representative.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, could you tell us or inform, I guess, this committee what exactly did happen at TRW? I know because a lot of the people in this room were there, they're here again today. I'm just curious because I don't think we should be doing this dual track because we're going to end up with two separate bills that are very different. Neither one are going to be successful if we do it that way. So could you tell us exactly what happened so we have a good idea?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Senator Craigle. Yeah, basically, a lot of the comments were the same you've heard today. There was not a lot of support for transferable licenses. The committee actually was a little concerned. They felt like this committee shouldn't be hearing it. They felt like Management Council had given the ball to TRW. That was stated. I don't know. I didn't get that, but I was concerned that we had two different tracks, two different bills that were both going to pit us at odds. And so that's why I tried to do it. But basically, TRW elected, they didn't really move anything with it. And Carly was there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
we didn't take action, but it was under the guidance of Game and Fish, who is having their commission meeting next month. And so our second meeting is after the commission meets. So the lack of action wasn't, we didn't say we're not taking this topic up. We didn't say we're not going to draft a bill. We just said, let's watch what the Game and Fish does and then have a more informed discussion after they've had their public comment period. They have recommendations and then move forward with the bill. So there's still, even though we didn't take action, there's still probability that if this committee moves forward with something, that committee's also moving forward with something during a budget session.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that is accurate. And that I keep talking about two paths. We actually have three, because we got the commission going down their path, and we got TRW and we got ag, and we're all seeing it from different perspectives. And I guess that's the thing that I learned when I was lobbying for sportsmen. Some of you know Richard Garrett. He and I a lot of times were on different sides of the issue, but the one thing we both began to value was the fact that he saw things from a different perspective than me, and that gave us a better view. And so I think Carly's right. I mean, I would encourage the committee to move forward with this, but I wouldn't take final action for a while. I think it's got a lot of time yet.
I would just, this is my personal opinion. Ag and TRW both put in to have the discussion on this. Management Council yanked it from ag and gave it to TRW. It does not belong in TRW. It belongs in ag, because we're talking landowner tag. Who are the landowners? The big percentage are ag people. So I think Management Council was wrong, and I'll never support it being anywhere other than ag. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just for a difference of opinion, I believe 7, maybe more people on this committee have 160 acres or more of land. This issue has been contentious today in part because there's a lot of personal ties to this issue, a lot of financial ties to this issue. So part of my concern is that TRW would be a better committee for this, because you don't have set half the committee that owns land that's going to be able to sell landowner tags for tens of thousands of dollars.
Well, I thank you for your comments, but I totally don't agree. I mean, it didn't matter if half the committee owns land. We're the ag committee, and the animals are on ag land generally. So it belongs here. And a little bit of a subtle implication that maybe we're trying to pat our own pockets somehow, I really don't care for.
Mr. Chairman, the Wyoming wildlife belong to the people of Wyoming under Wyoming Statute 23-1-103. That's the reason why TRW should consider it, because we oversee wildlife. The people of Wyoming, again, are the stewards, are the people who own the wildlife of Wyoming. So that's why I believe that Management Council was right in sending it to that committee and not the landowners of ag.
I respect your opinion, but you're incorrect. Management Council was completely wrong. It's an ag subject, and I'll fight them to the end and I'll bring it up, and I'll be very adamant about it. Yes, what's Wyoming is wildlife, but landowner tags, that's the subject. And the Management Council was completely wrong. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, I know we're running out of time. Representative Wharf, when he spoke, he mentioned that TRW wasn't real fond of the transferability. And I don't know if that was from the testimony from the people or from the legislators, but just a quick comment on that for those that were there. I was a little unclear of the transferability. Didn't seem like it was getting any legs in TRW. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I believe we heard from both sides. I mean, there were some members of the committee that I believe are in favor. Representative Wharf talks about this kind of like middle ground. We didn't take a vote on the issue, Senator Ide, so I can't give you a straw poll right now, but there were comments from both members of the committee on both sides of that issue. If that's incorrect, Representative Wharf, please correct me.
Okay, thank you. Another chance, folks. We have a little bit of time left. Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
I just want to make a few comments. I know maybe I'm a little ahead of time. Maybe I should wait for our discussion portion, but you know, this is a big deal. I think we all know why these landowner tags began back so many years ago. Was that to recognize landowners for what they do for wildlife? It's been decades ago. Things have changed. The landscape has changed, land ownerships have changed. We've got declining wildlife numbers. We're sitting here trying to fix a problem with suggestions that in hopes to make it better. But in all honesty, in my opinion, it's only going to make it a bigger problem, not a better problem. It's not fixing anything. We're putting Band-Aids on this thing, and we're going to get down, kick the can down the road. I'm almost of the opinion that this program has run its course. I think as a committee, we need to sit down and a group sit down and try to, not that we don't need to recognize landowners, they absolutely have to be recognized. Absolutely. Because they are the ones providing the habitat. And it happens in every corner of the state. But I think we really need to dig into this, and rather than make this a bigger problem, try to fix this and come up with another program. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, to the public that's here, if you want to comment, please come up. Going once, going twice. Yeah, I'm talking about right here. I understand there's some on Zoom, but any of the public that's in the room want to comment? Okay, we'll go to Zoom. Who's up first, Katie?
Mr. Chairman, I have Dave True and Sabine, and I'll bring Dave True in first.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. True. Mr. True, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
so I'll start over. As indicated, this is Dave True, and I live with my family in Casper. I was going to say good morning, but I'll say good afternoon now, and appreciate you and the committee members allowing me this opportunity to comment before this gathering of legislators. Written testimony has been provided previously, so I won't go into all of the details that were provided in that written testimony, but I do want to verbally comment on a few pertinent points of what we are advocating. First, I do advocate that we allow landowners to market their landowner licenses for which they already qualify. I'm not talking about expanding the qualifications. I'm just talking about allowing them to market what they already qualify for. It is recommended that in order to market these tags, the landowner should do at least a couple of things. First, have at least 2,000 deeded acres in a particular hunt area. This would provide a reasonable hunt area for the transferee in which to hunt. That is not intended to restrict the transferee to hunt in only that area, but it just is demonstrative of the ability for that landowner to allow the transferee to hunt on his or her property. Secondly, I would require that the transferring landowner have to allow other public hunting access to his or her land. And that way, the public does have access to his or her land. There's several different programs that some of which have been identified. They can work with the Game and Fish Commission on their hunter management or walk-in programs. They can do it directly with individual hunters, or they can use a relatively new app and website that is actually headquartered here in Casper called Infinite Outdoors. That's a voluntary program where landowners and hunters can come together and facilitate reasonably priced access for hunting on private lands. Also, regarding the landowner licenses, I do believe that should there be more than 40% of an area licenses applied for by landowners, the Game and Fish Commission would have the option, and I think it's really important that the commission and the department have the option to then place all the landowners in a separate draw for those 40% of the landowners or the licenses. Further, regarding the landowner licenses, I do support the requirement for landowners to have at least 640 acres, raising that from the current level of 160. However, I strongly support grandfathering those landowners who currently have between 160 and the 640 acreage. And I would also add to that this would be a grandfathering of the owner, not running with the land. Also, I'd like to comment on the Game and Fish Commission that the landowner must own at least 20% of the entity that owns the qualifying parcel. It is my opinion that that would be a cure much worse than the disease. Multi-generation ranch families, just like ours, would be eliminated from qualifying for landowner licenses. Our family, there are 8 family members who are actively involved with the management of our ag operation. And with 8 of us, the 20% or almost any requirement on ownership of the entity would eliminate all of us from applying for landowner licenses. Further, it would encourage ag families to break up ownership of their land. Not only would this be a bad idea for those families, but it would drive a higher incidence of issuing landowner licenses. And I'm not advocating more landowner license, looser qualifications. That's not the whole intent of my comments. As a related sidebar fact, there are at least 4 of our close neighboring states allow transfer or assignment of landowner licenses. Those include Idaho, Nevada, Utah, and Colorado. Also, I've heard that there's a little bit of a concern that such a program of allowing landowners to market their tags with the above mentioned restrictions would add to the Game and Fish Department's administrative burden. To significantly mitigate that concern, the landowner should have to certify eligibility and meeting of those restrictions. That might not solve all of the extra effort, but it should mitigate the vast majority of them. Mr. Chairman and fellow Joint Committee members, I would be more than happy to discuss and visit about this proposal, should the committee members wish to do so at this time or even in the future. For reference, my email address is dave.true@truecos.com, and our office number is 266-0254. So again, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you, Mr. True, for your comments. Committee, any questions at this point for Mr. True? He's, thank you, and he's offered to, you can reach out to him if you have questions or solutions. Thank you, Mr. True. Katie, with you, would you bring in the next one?
Sabrina King, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
Sabrina King.
Okay. Sabrina, are you, yeah, there you are. All right, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina King. I am with the Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I want to address just a couple of things. I wasn't actually planning on speaking on this, but I do think there's an important consideration in the Game and Fish proposed rule changes that I think is trying to address an issue of subdivision of land for the purposes of getting landowner tags. And so there is something interesting about the contiguous acreage and setting that at 640 acres. So we look forward to continuing that conversation, but I think just something to consider, especially if Wyoming is considering allowing landowners to market and sell their tags, which I just want to address a couple of things on that front. As I've been listening to this conversation, I think something that has been a little distressing to hear is the notion that because sportsmen don't support marketable or transferable landowner tags, that somehow that means that we don't support or understand the value of our agriculture partners or of agriculture in the state. And that is simply not the case. And I think everything that sportsmen do for the landowner and with the landowner and in partnerships with landowners across the state and have for decades belies that notion. It does not track that because ranching is a difficult industry, that a landowner should be able to sell the public's wildlife for private profit. Those things just, they don't, that is not, I lose my words at this point. That just does not track. Wildlife is the property of the state. And for our organization, it is a non-starter to have anyone sell a license for private profit. There may be some examination of the commissioner and the governor's tags that's necessary just to ensure that that program genuinely goes to the public benefit. But that's what those programs do. They go to the public benefit, which is very different than selling a license and pocketing the money. Those things are not the same. We do not sell wildlife in the state of Wyoming, simply put. So that is the position of our organization. I understand that there are some folks who think that selling those licenses will save the ranch. I will say that that is the logic that we heard when we expanded the landowner damages program. So if we just expand this program, if we just do one more thing, if we just have one more opportunity, then we will be able to save the agriculture industry. And won't our wildlife benefit from that? Yes, our wildlife does benefit from that. But as has been stated, the issue is a lot more complicated than that. And there are some things that on principle, we just can't do. And selling our wildlife is one of them. So we will continue to oppose transferable landowner tags. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. The landowners get tags now, right, if they qualify. So what is wrong? Why wouldn't you support those landowners being able to stay in business by selling a tag? Why would you oppose them possibly staying in business? I don't get that. I don't understand that. Can you expand on that?
Mr. Chairman, I think there may be some disagreement on the premise, the notion that being able to sell those tags is going to allow someone to stay in business. Again, if that's the issue, then we have a generous general fund. I think there are a number of other ways that we could support landowners without compromising on what is a core value of Wyoming, which is that our wildlife is the property of the state and belongs to the state and belongs to the public, not for private profit. And the reality is, once you open up that system to landowners being able to market those tags, 17, almost 18,000 landowner tags since 2020, you easily double that number and you push the public out of even more opportunities to hunt. So it's not just a simple matter, frankly, of there are a couple of landowners who need to save the family business, so let's let them sell their tag. That's simply not the case.
I would disagree. Do you live on a farm or a ranch and feed hundreds and hundreds of elk and deer and antelope? Is that your situation, or do you live in town?
Mr. Chairman, I do not live in town, but no, I am not fortunate and lucky enough to own hundreds of thousands of acres of land.
I think we probably need to stop. You don't support it's obviously you do not support the landowners being able to stay in business. But thank you for your comments. Any
Not an accurate reflection of my statement,
okay.
but thank you for that.
We're running short on time. I get it. Thank you for your comments. Anybody have a question for her? So for Sabrina? Thank you for your testimony. And I'll tell you, I do support, a lot of my friends are hunters, fishermen, and I strongly support their right to go out and hunt. In no way selling, in my opinion, this is my opinion, selling a landowner tag once in a while to help you stay in business and keep providing that habitat. I mean, those friends are constantly, hey, can I come out and shoot an antelope? Yeah, no problem. So the landowners do work with the sportsmen, but I'm just trying to help them the landowners stay in business. Thank you for your comments. Okay, any other public comments on this subject? Seeing none, we need to finish this, wrap this up, and then we have one other short thing and we'll be done for the day. Committee, any thoughts or discussion on this? Do we want to try to come up with something or just stay with the status quo of the 2,000 use days and whatever it is, 160 acres of cultivated land and whatever.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then this is more of a, I guess, a question for the committee of what would be appropriate for us to um, say to the commission to voice our opposition to some of these changes. I don't know what our role is, if we can send a letter, if we can, I just, that's a question I have because I think some of these changes are very detrimental, the changes of the acreage, the changes of the hours, that I think coming from, and I don't know if it's appropriate to come from the committee, but if it come from the committee, it may hold some weight. So that's a question kind of for these consideration.
Representative Banks, it's very appropriate if the committee so decides to make a public statement. The public's making statements, we're commenting, we're making statements. If the committee wants to say to the Game and Fish, they're here, and our commission chairman, when she was here, she may still be here. It's very appropriate if the committee wants to say X, Y, or Z as a public statement from the Joint Ag Committee, because we're a very important committee out there in the legislature, the legislative process. So it's very appropriate if the committee wants to do that. Yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Until we actually know what we're commenting on, I believe they're having a meeting the 15th. It seems a little putting the foot in front of the ball, but until we actually know what is on the table for us to comment on, I think that would be a little premature for us to comment. So in my opinion, I think let's see what shakes out at the 15th there in Casper. And then we have a meeting that we can comment on that from our position and what legislation could look like after that. That would be my.
Thank you. I would push back a little bit because they're going to meet before we meet again in August in Casper. So I think it's important that they hear from the committee, whatever we want to say to them, that this is how this committee feels, and they can take that. They'll know that at their meeting that, hey, the Joint Ag Committee likes this, does not like that. I think it's very important that we let them know that, because we're not, it's kind of, well, let's comment after they make a decision. I think we need to let them know one way or the other kind of how we feel. That's my opinion. Committee, further discussion? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And not to get in the weeds or in trouble, but just to say, in this committee, we have a lot of agricultural experience. We have different sizes of ranches. We have different experiences with that, whether we work on one, whether we own one, how many tags, what part of the state we live in. If we live in the Northeast right now and the elk are eating us out of house and home, or whether we live in a different part of the state where that's not it. So I would just say that we should be very careful to not draw a line between what some are affected by and others. As far as the sportsmen go, and I'm not on either side really, but as far as the sportsmen go, what this looks like to me is that this is definitely a fight over who gets benefited. The commissioner tags as well as the governor tags, there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that go to different entities, and it's supposed to be for charitable things. Well, is it? That's what it says, charitable. So I just, my feeling is that we need to be careful about making a public statement right now until, and this is just my opinion, until we figure out this should not be a battle over who gets to keep their funding and who gets to keep money. This should be what is best for the state of Wyoming. And what I would say is that if landowners can have tags and have people come, hunters and stuff come onto their land and help with those harvesting those additional problematic animals. I don't know how all that works, but I think that that should be a little bit of the conversation and looked at. Game and Fish, they have their things. And as far as the private entities that are all benefiting by these and having raffles, maybe we need to cut down the number of those. I don't know. But I just personally, I want to be very careful about making any public statement today.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Banks, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of see two different issues here. I think one is the proposed changes that are coming up at the next commission meeting. I think we can make a statement about that and feel comfortable of making a statement about that. And then I think on the other side of the table, there is the landowner tags issue of selling those. I think we can approach those things differently. I think because we can make a statement about the commission making those rules that way. And I think we can also legislatively go forward with the other issue is kind of how I see it.
Representative, what would you want to say for the committee to discuss or vote on? On that, what do you want to say? That the committee opposes the changes going from 2,000 use days to 3, the acreage change? What would you like to say so we can discuss it and move forward?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll whip something out here. And get the feeling of the committee if this is the way we want to go about it first. But I think from my conversations and from kind of the feel I got of the committee today, the biggest issues and concerns is the acreage change and the date change. And also I think including the grandfathering, if they don't accept our opposition to the other things. So I would propose we draft a letter as a committee to say that we are opposed to the changes in the acreage and the day uses.
Okay, Representative, thank you. Committee discussion.
Second that.
Seconded by Senator Ide. Committee discussion on drafting a letter from the committee to Game and Fish for their, was it a July meeting, stating what Mr. Banks said. Discussion, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be a no on this, but mainly because I think the committee has every right to send in letters, and you also have power in that. So I think coming forward as a committee, whereas like we all have a variety of ideas about these things. We didn't hear a ton of public comment, I think today that would make me feel comfortable in representing my district, I guess is what I would say. I think we heard from some folks. So I think we all might come to this with ideas about what our districts want. And I don't think that the commission would look at your letter, Representative Banks, and not give it weight, or give it less weight than if 10 of us write letters and some of us opt out. So I would just say, let's stay prudent and not necessarily use LSO time on this and move forward with the words that come from us straight to Game and Fish. And those would be public comment as well. So that would be my recommendation. So I'll be a no on this motion for that reason, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Other discussion by the committee on it? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for our Game and Fish. So if anyone on this panel wanted to submit a letter to you the same way that I did last night after the time was up, I mean, do you feel like it would hold more weight as us as individuals sending a letter or as a committee, or what is your feeling on that?
Before the commission comments, is there other discussion on this proposed letter to them? Seeing none, come on up. Comments on whether two individual letters, 10, 12, or as a committee saying, hey, this is how we feel.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you for that. And thank you, Representative Banks, for clarifying the two different issues, because they have gone through the APA process. So they may or may not make a decision in July. But since they went through the process, they have the ability to make a decision on those primary items that you went over. So now is the time to comment on those issues. Transferable tags, they're not discussing that, and that's a legislative action. So just to help clarify the two. The formal comment period ended yesterday, but the commission is always open for comments. Individual letters, Senator Pearson emailed me one, I forwarded to the commission. They're very much open to that. I think I can speak to that. If there's an impact for the whole committee to have an agreement versus individuals, that's hard to say. What I would encourage you to is, as individuals, to submit. It's not too late. You can send them directly to me if that helps, and I'll make sure they get it.
A question for you. If the committee, joint committee, decides to send you a letter on those proposed changes, will you take that into consideration in the July meeting, even though possibly the comment period was yesterday? Will you take that? Will you consider that if this, committee, because many of the landowners are the ones feeding those critters. So will you take that into consideration in July?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to speak for the commission, but I think I'm okay with saying that absolutely they will take those into consideration, even though the formal period is closed. Would that be fair, President? Okay, thank you.
I didn't hear. Go ahead, Senator McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is, have you analyzed the impact of these changes on the current landowners as far as licenses that would be issued?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, so I think the question is maybe how many landowners would be impacted? LSO provided you those numbers of, what was it, 3,800 received them currently. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Smith, was it 40% would be affected possibly? Okay, about 32% of the current landowners may be affected. And again, the may is an issue because the reevaluation would need to be occurred if the commission went to the 3,000 use days instead of the 2,000. We don't have that. That would have to be an evaluation. And then what we don't have is, we looked at acreage amount. So how many would no longer get licensed if the commission decided to go from 160 to 640? I think that's what you're asking. So up to a third. However, we don't have the breakdown of which of those acreages are cultivated versus non-cultivated. So at the most, a third, most likely less.
Just a comment. The 160 to 640, but it's still the 160 of cultivated acres, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What we don't have the data on, Mr. Chairman, is out of those affected, how many would still get licensed because it's cultivated?
Right. And the use days, that's going to be some difficult statistics, because what if you have been getting landowner tags for the last 20 years out of the 2,000 use days, and they raise it to 3,000 and you're still at 2,200, 2,300, suddenly you're out. But everybody needs to know those statistics, so those landowners can say, whoa, wait a minute, you're going to do that to me? Is that what you're going to do to me? Okay, I guess nobody hunts on my land, nobody crosses it. And, I'll have to start irrigating at night with the four-wheeler.
So,
You know what I mean?
yes, so Mr.
So
Chairman.
it will cause major issues, trust me, it will. So anyway, we would like those statistics if you get them.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real quick, just on your statistics, there are quite a few landowners that have never taken advantage of these, which I would be one of them. So how does that actually, are we in that, a few of us that have never done this, or how, it's just the ones that have actually?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative, what we base that on is looking at how many have asked for the landowner tags. The possibility of the availability out there of possible landowners affected, no, we don't. We just have those who have applied in the past, knowing what their acreage currently is, and then seeing how many this would affect.
Okay, I think Senator McEwen has a follow-up.
I think, Mr. Chairman, you might have hit on it. I just want to emphasize it. I'd really like to know the impact as close as you can narrow it down. It would sure make voting on this and making a decision a lot easier versus if there's no change or a third. So if you could provide that for us, I would sure appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, along those lines, where was my tag? Along those lines, I see that going both ways. I mean, with these new changes, it might take some landowners out.
Yeah.
And bringing back in the ability to sell these tags, it could also increase the activity for landowners. I'm sure there's landowners out there that do not partake in this program now, but if there was the ability to sell those tags, how many landowners would come on board because of that? So is there any way do you have any idea or any idea of we could get any kind of information on that? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, I think what he's saying, and a little bit back to the other representative's question, is if there was this interest, or if you guys went down this transferable landowner option, then the thought is there'd be more landowners interested in getting landowner tags. How we gauge that interest, I don't know. We're open to ideas. Things that we can look at would be how many landowners would possibly qualify in the state. So we could maybe look at how many have this acreage as the biggest case scenario and look at that. But otherwise, I'm open to ideas of how we could wrap our head around what that might look like if the legislator would go down this transferable conversation.
Okay, so I think you answered the question. It was if we drafted a letter as a committee commenting on those changes, that you will look at it and consider, and it sounds like Ashley said yes, and you did, so that's good. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe the other concern I have in hearing that the comment period closed yesterday, if we do a draft letter, it's going to inherently take more time, I think, potentially for LSO to draft that than it would be for us to submit our comments to Game and Fish. So if time is of the essence, which I would subject that we respectfully should submit our comments as soon as possible. Again, we're faster at that than the chairman working together to talk to LSO about what that letter can look like. I don't know if we have information about how long that usually takes. I know there's letters written by education to joint appropriations, things like that, but it won't happen overnight. Whereas we can all leave this meeting, hopefully in 15 minutes, Mr. Chairman, and then we can write our letters.
Thank you. Good point. I'll ask LSO if the committee because we have a proposal and a second that we haven't voted on. We're still discussing it. How long along the lines of the proposal would it take you to draft a letter and in our blessing, mail it off to Game and Fish?
Mr. Chairman, if I could get it done by Monday, but you'd have to make sure that you're watching your email to approve it. But I could probably have it done by Monday-ish, I think.
One day, did you say? I'm sorry.
Monday.
A Monday. Well, it kind of sounds like one day. Well, okay, further discussion, even with hearing aids, I can't hear. Any further discussion? Representative Davis?
Mr. Chairman, I'd hate for us to be on the privileged side of this. They have rules that we have missed the date. Is that not correct? The date ended yesterday. Right. So for us to carve out our specific issues and send them in seems a little double standard, on my opinion. So I would think it would be better if we were in Casper on the 15th, where you could formally present your concerns to the commission up there then. But I'm not really in favor of a special carve out for the legislative group here to submit another comment. That's just my opinion on this.
And thank you for that. I fully understand that. If that's what we decide to do, to just punt on this, then it was suggested individual letters. Well, those are out too because they missed the deadline, correct? So as a committee, miss the deadline, individuals, don't waste your time sending a letter because you missed the deadline, right?
Mr. Chairman.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, or whatever that saying is. Go ahead, Representative.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. The director said that they would accept, that they always accept public comment. They would accept the public comment. So if we send our letter, I don't think it will be ignored. But I do think out of respect for the commission's rules, as individuals, if you want to submit a letter, you should do so quickly.
Okay, further discussion? We've beat this subject pretty hard. So having heard from different ones, I would ask Representative Banks and Senator Ide, do you want to continue to a vote on this, or do you want to say we missed the deadline? No, they've heard us. I think they've heard us loud and clear today. And so what's your thoughts? Since you brought it up, Representative Banks.
Hoping I could punt that one to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it's going to hurt anything to go ahead and vote on this. It might get voted down, but I think it's probably the right thing to do to take a stand on the changes. If you have an opinion on that, and make a vote, maybe diffuse a little bit of the range war between the sportsmen and the ag community. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye. Let's show of hands so we can get a count here. Those in favor, raise your hand, please. The motion was to send a letter to Game and Fish from the committee objecting to the changes that they made on the use days from 2,000 to 3,000 and the acreage from 160 to 640. So that's what we're voting on. If you're in favor of sending that letter, raise your hand, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a tie. Tie goes to the winner, right? So that motion has failed. So the commission, everybody's heard from us as a committee, this discussion it was going to be brief. Huh. If you want to send an individual, please do. So with that, we'll stop on this. The last thing of the day was public comment I had different individuals want to comment on other issues related to ag. So if any of you are out there, if there's some other issue you want to make the ag committee aware of, please step forward. Don't be shy. So apparently none of them. All right, we have a taker. But please state your name.
My name is Robert Bolt. We spoke before. Yeah, okay. My question is that, that we have irrigation issues, with information flow to the users. When requested, we don't get it. The state laws say that it's supposed to be 30 days, and we're in excess of sometimes 4 months and still haven't received it. And my issue with that is they have state law and all this stuff on this stuff, but no enforcement. And I'd like to see somebody actually give us a way that when we ask, you guys say that we need to ask these questions, try to get information from these guys to make sure we understand it and they also understand what the state law says. I read the book. I understand. I think I understand it, but maybe not 100%. So I need to ask for this information, and I ask for it and don't receive it. But then then my next step was call the ombudsman, because that's the state. You inform me, there's ways of doing that. Contact her with a complaint, and I do, and she has no authority to do anything besides ask them. And the state laws say that there's fines in place and there's all this stuff. Who enforces that? I mean, if there any committee that does?
Excuse me, anybody know? Representative Ekman.
I'm not sure, but so what are you talking about? You're wanting information?
No,
from?
we're actually doing public request information, with trying to find out information that we believe we need to understand what's going on. And we're not getting that information. I've talked to the ombudsman. I can prove I got emails. She's talked to these guys. People's told us that it's at the lawyer's office. Contact the lawyer. Lawyer says they never received it. Give us more time. And it's already been 90 days. And the state law says it has 30 days to give you that information. And I don't understand why we have to sit there and argue, or why do I have to hire a lawyer to actually go to court to get this information when the state law says they have to produce it in 30 days.
All right,
From who?
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm not sure that I understand who you're in an argument with.
Just on irrigation.
It's on irrigation. Have you made a call for water that you were unable to get? No call for water. You just wanted
information. I want information that I believe is public information.
Okay. Well, let me have your phone number and we'll have the state.
My number is 307-272-0560. I am living here in Powell, Wyoming.
Go.
Thank you. We have
I didn't get
represent. Are you done? Continue.
I am, but I'll get it.
Okay, 307-272-0560. And all we're asking is information. Maybe we can understand stuff a lot better. I mean, I've talked to you about it before, in reference to, and just like, take an incident right now, we're fixing to go through a budget proposal, and they have posted this information. We go ask for what the proposal, and they said they don't have, we have to get back with you. And shouldn't they have that proposal that we could see till we go to public hearing?
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I think the Corporations Committee has taken on public records issues as one of their topics this interim. And so I think there's an effort to try and fix this, and I believe that committee I think it's, Representative Johnson's on that committee. But folks are looking at this, so that they might be good folks to talk to about this specific issue. But for this committee, public records law is pretty substantial, and falls under either corporations or judiciary, depending on how you look at it. So that would be who I'd point you to for those folks to get you some help. I know the ombudsman testified at corporations, but I don't know exactly if there was action taken on
Oh,
it.
she's very much of help. She has no authority to do anything besides ask. And there's no next step to it, or anything. I mean, it says, you know, the book says it'd be a $750 fine imposed if they don't answer these, you know, don't give it to you in that 30 days. So the question I have is, why haven't they been fined $750? You know, I mean, I shouldn't have to sit there begging for the information. This is supposed to be public information. Is that correct? You know, and okay.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to back up what Representative Provenza said, and probably Representative Johnson can, the ombudsman reiterated exactly what you're saying. She said that her job title and what she was doing, and she's been very effective. People are very pleased with what she's doing. But she said herself, she said, I have no authority to do anything, and people pretty much just tell me, oh, well. And so I believe the Corporations Committee was.
They've actually lied to her.
And she, I was very, just to say this, I was very pleased that she had the brass to say, this is the problem that I'm dealing with, rather than just be still. So she did put that before that committee, and I believe they heard her loud and clear, because that position is important, and so you have to give her the authority to be able to handle it. So I believe, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody down there, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What department or what information are you requesting information from? What?
Well, the Shoshone Irrigation District is where we're requesting the information from.
On what now?
On basic information like meeting minutes, approval of certain fees on the irrigation and stuff like that. And I went in and asked about the 20 hours that's available for the financial record, and they said they don't know what I'm talking about.
So what is it, irrigation district? What irrigation district is it? What?
Shoshone Irrigation District.
Powell. Okay, irrigation district. Okay. I know that is an important topic that we discussed in Lander, and we're working on it. We understand that they can just stonewall you, and that's not the intent of the law that we believe. We think we need to put some teeth in that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we got issues where they didn't even get approval from the court for budgets.
Yeah.
Or it says it's forbidden to go over budget without approval from the court. They didn't do it. And they won't give us that information.
Yes,
okay.
We understand that happens a lot.
Okay, I totally understand.
And we're working on it.
Yeah, and I'd like to see somebody get some teeth in it. After 30 days, somebody gets fined and then moves on. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I'm just trying to get information.
Could you please just address me so we don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah. But address his question, but it's easier if you go, yeah.
Yeah, when somebody talks to me, I usually
Okay. So it sounds like you're very frustrated. It sounds like that committee is going to look into it and hopefully help you.
Oh, absolutely. I hope they do too. I mean, it's just a concern of mine, and I think it needs to be brought up. And I think there needs to be some kind of teeth put into this thing. So somebody, when you go and ask for some public information, that they actually have to provide it within the time frame that the state law says.
Okay.
Thank you for time.
Thanks for bringing that up to us. Please state your name.
Mr. Chairman, committee, my name is Carrie Peters and I'm from here in Powell, and I apologize, I'm woefully unprepared to bring this up, but since you were asking for other issues, I thought I would take the opportunity. I would love it if the Ag Committee would look a little into the existing right to farm law in Wyoming. Currently in Park County, we are undergoing some things with our land use planning. It's getting an update. And from with my experience in that process, I feel like there are some loopholes in the right to farm as it is right now. There are some other states that have beefier right to farm laws that protect more on changes within an existing operation. I see gaps in what Wyoming has, and I'm very fearful from what I see happening in Park County with these new land use changes being suggested, that there will be further restrictions on ag. And so I guess that is my request. And if anyone has any questions.
If I may, what are the gaps that you referred to?
So as I understand it, and I might be incorrect, and that's why I would very much appreciate the committee looking into it. As I understand it, there are some gaps in terms of an existing producer, let's say myself, having cattle. And then if somebody moves into my neighborhood and they don't like, what I'm doing, they can't really do a whole lot about it because I was there before. I have, the right. But if I change my operation to, let's say, I don't know, pigs or whatever that might be, then that wasn't in existence when that person moved into the neighborhood, and therefore, they can complain that it's a nuisance. It wasn't there. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's where I'm seeing some gaps of change within an existing operation. And if you look at other states, like Texas is one, I'm forgetting the other states that have beefier laws protecting ag producers from nuisance complaints.
Yeah, that's a serious issue if you're in the ag business. Can you email each of us on the committee, email us your concerns and identify the gaps and maybe a solution? And then I would ask LSO to put it on our radar. So we don't forget about this. Maybe in 2 months from now, our meeting in Casper or whatever, we can have some answers possibly. So I think it's something sounds like that needs to be addressed, because the right to farm is very important. I mean, because as every community in the state changes, well, some people don't like it when you have to run the tractor at night. Some people don't like it when the dust from whatever implement you're pulling, or the smell of some animals, or there's a lot of things that they need to. So if there's gaps, please identify them, let the committee know. And LSO, we got it on our radar. So we will try to get some answers for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? Okay, anyone else? Any other issue that the area folks want to bring up? Going once, going twice. Well, I would say before we close this out, thank you for commenting. Thank you for coming. Thank you. A lot of you traveled a long ways. Committee, thanks for coming to beautiful Powell, Wyoming. And if there's no other discussion or action, I'll close the committee. We're adjourned. Safe travels. Are you heading out?